Good afternoon, everybody. It is Monday, February 10th, 2025. This is a special budget workshop meeting, budget number 2 of the Commissioners of City Rehoboth Beach. We are live in the City Hall Commissioners Room, second floor. I'd like to call this meeting to order at exactly 2 o'clock p.m. We'll do a roll call. Commissioner Mark Saunders.
Present.
Commissioner Suzanne Good.
Present.
Commissioner Patrick Gossett.
Here.
Commissioner Bunky Markert.
Here.
Commissioner Craig Thier.
Here.
Commissioner Ed Chernowski, absent. Mayor Stan Mills is here. And while we don't have a full complement of the mayor and commissioners, we do have a quorum so we can formally conduct business today. There is no correspondence attached to this agenda today. With this, basically, since this is a budget meeting, we are here to discuss draft budget for fiscal year 2026 as presented by the city manager, to include but not limited to the following general fund departments: mayor and commissioners, finance, administration, aldermen, information technology, building and licensing, communications, police, streets and refuse, fleet services, comfort stations, building and grounds, 911 dispatch, parking and parking permits, parking, tennis and recreation, beach patrol, and bandstand. If that isn't an optimistic agenda, I don't know what is. At some point in the evening, by 5 o'clock or 6 o'clock, we'll take a look at the time, and if we need to cut things off, then we certainly will. We'll let you know. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to City Manager Taylor Tedder.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and Commissioners. Good afternoon. First, Ann, can you put the presentation up on the screen, please? I'd like to go over the budget schedule with you. So right now, February 10th, this is our meeting number 2 for the budget. So today we will be going over the general fund by department. We've got a lot of the department heads and division heads here. So they're here to answer any questions that you may have on their specifics and their budgets. On February 21st, we'll have special budget meeting number 3, which is the purpose of enterprise funds, so water and wastewater. And then I also think that at that point, we'll be able to go back and talk more about revenues. Then March 10th, we'll have special meeting number 4. So we'll go over all of the community partner contributions, like with the museum, library, fire company, and discuss grant requests and go over any other questions and comments. And then we have scheduled for the 21st where you would vote to approve the FY26 annual budget. So first, I'd like to take a little bit of time to go over some changes in the budget from the first meeting. So Bert did go back in and add the capital contributions. That's the 42% from the county for the wastewater outfall and plant upgrades, and reduced that encumbrance and wastewater by $1 million. So that includes the plant loan that is amortizing. So that's the 42% of that, and then the share from the county on the 2 outfall loans. So then we did increase other professional services and admin so that we can start on a long journey of updating the code of $100,000. My envision would be we would do that every year to continually making a dent at rewriting the code, since there's so many vague and outdated pieces of that. I went ahead and removed the accounting assistant position that was proposed, and also retooled the legal fees to go back to a contract basis. And building and licensing postage did go up. They've been sending a lot more notices out, so that's another change. And then we also removed the EV trash truck from the CIP since that was purchased this fiscal year. So we did budget the park mobile fees under pay-by-phone processing fees, so that was removed. And we removed the replacement breakers out of the CIP for the wastewater treatment plant, since that was actually accomplished this year. Per your direction, we removed the temporary restrooms for the summer, the trailers, and the related cleaning services of those trailers. Streets engineering did increase 75,000. That is related to the stormwater utility with GHD, and remove the engineering budget from building and grounds. That's $10,000 that typically goes unused, so that would just come out of the public works budget. And the street improvement budget in streets did increase 15,000, and then reduced finance other professional services by 32,000 since that was for the audit and it was budgeted twice, so we removed that. And I do want to touch on all of the different attachments that are embedded into the agenda today. So one of the things that the commissioners requested was to have a type of classification and compensation document of all of the city's current positions. So that's proposed for FY26. So that is in your packet of all of the positions that we have. And then the associated pay scales are also a separate document. My vision for that is you could approve by resolution when you adopt the budget the classification plan. So that would be the positions that the city has approved moving forward for that fiscal year. So then you would be able to approve that.
Commissioners,
Quick
there,
question.
we'll go through that same process where acknowledge and give you floor, and you have the floor.
Thank you, Mayor. What are you budgeting for total legal fees? I know you added back 300,000. What's the total?
Sorry, let me look it up here just one second. Well, Evan will look that up for me and we'll come back to that.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I also want to touch on that there's also information related to the employees' insurance comps in the document, along with commissioner salary comps of other cities. So with that,
Oh, Mayor, may I?
Commissioner Good?
Hi. So just to confirm that your estimate through March 31st, 2025 for fiscal year 2025, which is about to end, we had about 840,000 in legal fees total. Is that about right?
no, not yet. I think right now we're around 650, but my estimate is that we might end up at 800, yes. We haven't received bills through December yet on a few.
Understood. And
Yeah.
of course, until March 31st, 2025, we haven't even completed the
Right,
fiscal year. Thanks.
right.
And the total legal fees budgeted for FY26 is $618,500.
And then one other thing that we were requested to look into was related to the merit increases on employees. So in this budget, there's a 3% cost of living increase built in, but we also had a 3%, up to 3% merit pool. Really, it averages out to about 2% citywide based on the evaluations that we've recently completed. I'd like Jean to maybe go over some of the scenarios, but a flat bonus is definitely possible. It could actually be a wonderful idea, in my opinion. It would limit the compounding year-to-year cost on the city. Ultimately, it would cost the same amount if you wanted to go with the current scheme of 0 to 3% merit pool. But if you did a flat bonus, it could, of course, save a lot of money. Jean, do you want to kind of go over that a little bit?
Commissioner Saunders?
Question, Mr. Senator. In regard to that, is it also not possible that the people on the lower end, the bonus could be bigger proportionally? That is a bigger percent. You can give them 10%, it still may be less than 2% on one of our higher employees.
So that's actually one of the things we did. So I ran out what it would look like over the next few years for what we're doing right now, the merit and the COLA. This year, it's the same, more or less, no matter which way we go, because our past year is already done. But looking forward the next few years, I did a merit and COLA combined again. So for each year, it's about 4.7% increase if we stick with a 3% COLA. And then the merit increase is about 1.7% or 2% that you're going to add on that. And that's using, that 1.7% actually used what were the merit increases that we're going to have for this year because we just finished our evaluations. So just keeping it the same is about for this year, it'll be just under $300,000 increase. Actually, let me go back a little bit. I removed all the police information from our salary stuff because that's a completely different situation. That's a union. And so this information is all just based on the flat salaries, not overtime rates and things like that that get added in here and there. So we're at about $300,000 increase just for a COLA and merit. If we do those separately, so a bonus and COLA, and that, or if we combine them. If we do a flat, we're at about $270,000 because the flat I did was a $500 bonus for, you know, if you just meet expectations, and then $1,000, $1,500, just flat no matter how much you make. And then I also ran if we do add 1% to anybody that makes less than $60,000 to give them a bigger bump since it's not added year after year. That adds about $24,000 to the merits. So, because you're adding a little bit. Year over year, doing a merit bonus based on percentage and doing the COLA combined or just doing them separate, it isn't a huge difference. It's about a $10,000 difference. If we do a flat bonus, that's the $500,000, $1,500, or close to those numbers, you have closer to about a $70,000 difference because you're not adding it year over year with the merit percent increase. So if we go the flat way, it would make a difference. If we stick with a merit percentage, either way, it's not big of a difference.
The longer it goes out, the better it
Yeah.
gets.
So I ran it out about 8 years, and then every 5 years we do have to do a compensation study, though. That's in our code. So we're going into our second year of this compensation study. So in 3 fiscal years, we'll be doing another compensation study. So the numbers now and the numbers there could be, that always kind of changes things up as well.
Mayor?
Commissioner Good?
Yeah, I, like Commissioner Saunders had suggested to the mayor, that I actually used 100,000 and below, employees making less than 100,000. And the fact that you've chosen 60,000 or below, that's fine, right? I really favor giving a larger percentage in salary terms to those who are making less money because they're more affected by inflation than those who are making over $60,000. So I appreciate that. And even though, you know, the cumulative effect, though, is going to kick in by next year already, so I'm hopeful we can come to a consensus that this is the more traditional means of these end-year bonuses, is that they are not tacked on to salary. So I've heard that Mr. Christian, the former city manager, came up with this scheme, but I think it was, you know, inherently flawed. So I hope we can get back to some sanity here.
Taylor?
Okay. The next item for discussion is the requested mayor and commissioner's salary discussion.
Yeah, from here on out, we've got, as it mentions in the agenda, we've got the different general fund departments bulleted, and we're going to start off with the mayor and commissioners and proceed from there. I would like to give a little preference, and that is that, you know, that the mayor and commissioners talking about potentially increasing their salaries is a subject that doesn't come up very often, but we do get questions about how in the world can the mayor and commissioners talk about this when they'd be voting on something that benefits themselves directly. And I'm asked Taylor to address that first before we begin.
Sure, Mayor. So I do want to make mention that in the charter, it does specifically state that the Board of Commissioners may set the commissioners' salaries by ordinance, resolution rather. And ultimately, what most cities do is when they vote on the elected body's salaries, they make it effective for the next term. So, that's a rotating schedule. So ultimately, whether you're reelected or someone new steps in, it's not actually affecting you in that immediate term. So it would be the following term where it would become active.
Very good. Thank you.
Mayor, I wish you had, Mr. Tedder, you should have given us that information in advance of this meeting. But ironically, we have the whole city staff under your direction advocating, they're not advocating for the 100% health insurance to take effect only for new hires. They're advocating for it to take effect for themselves. So I don't know, I don't know whether you,
I don't think, I
we-
think
we
you
have-
guys are talking two different things.
well, I mean, you're saying that
Understand that
that
we
it
have
wouldn't take
moved on to
effect.
mayor and commissioners.
But I'm not sure why didn't tell us in advance of this meeting that there's some precedent in your mind that it could, that this discussion is only relevant once, like, each of our terms has, it has expired. So
It's just a suggestion. I mean, you know, the board can do as they please.
suggestion, like who's, I mean, I'm not seeing that online, but where have you, where did this idea evolve here in City Hall?
If you look, most cities, that's, Newark and other cities, that's how they apply it.
Yeah, I don't have time to research it, but that's not what I have found online. Because obviously, members of Congress, the U.S. Capitol, I mean, they do at various points vote on salary. It takes effect immediately. So I don't quite understand. We're going to then legislate something that's so far in the future. I'm not sure how that just sounds very inefficient. But
If I, Mayor, if I may.
Commissioner Gossett?
Yeah, this was on the agenda, so again, I was curious as to if there's precedent available or not. The only thing that I could really find actually is in the U.S. Constitution, the 27th Amendment, which states no law varying the compensations for the services of the senators and representatives shall take effect until an election of representatives shall have intervened. So basically, you can't give yourself a raise until the next election cycle, and then it would become effective. And that's the only thing that I've found in writing to offer this.
But U.S. senators serve for 6 years, and there have been salary increases.
I'm just quoting the
you know,
Constitution.
that don't, they don't have to wait, for 5 or I don't know. I'm worried we're using some information that, may sets the agenda different from what we were told it would be. But so I'm not impressed by the information that was shared in advance. It seems to have we were missing some relevant information, because we have like a consensus here already from you, I guess, with support of clearly some commissioners, that one can't vote on something that will benefit oneself. Whereas every day in this country, people advocate for themselves for salary increases. So I think it's sort of specious to say that, especially because the salary is so low to begin with, it's, it's almost not a salary. It makes sense to restrict this particular board to never discussing something that would ever affect you unless you run for reelection and, end up back here.
I'm still trying to introduce this topic, but if you
I
have,
have a shorter version of that. I think we're a little more complicated here because every 2 years, 2 of us disappear or get reelected. So I appreciate Mr. Tedder's, theory, but I don't think it would work well while we have 3 different rotating cycles among 6 different people. So that's why I would disagree with Mr. Tedder's suggestion, but just for that one reason, it would be complicated.
Sure.
all right, can we continue? I wanted to reiterate how this came to be. If you recall, a constituent stood up for citizen comment and introduced this topic back in September, probably. And Suzanne Good at that time kind of spearheaded getting this onto the agenda by identifying a majority of commissioners that were amenable to the conversation. Back in October, we got 5 commissioners were interested, and in January, 1 was interested. Again, just putting this on as a conversation piece. So I want to make sure we understand that this topic of potential increases for mayor and commissioners is not something that was brought up by Taylor. Is brought up, initiated by one of the commissioners up here. And so here we are. You know, I want to remind everybody that currently the commissioners make $600 annually, and the mayor makes $1,000 annually. There's a vice president fee too, I think, $750. Is that true?
Honestly, news to me.
Because
Yes,
I've never found that.
I thought the secretary was the variant in it.
Yeah, it's secretary is,
Secretary.
so it's mayor, secretary, and then all the rest of the commissioners.
Right, and so it's the vice president, which I am, that should be the secretary, not the vice president. That's the differentiation in the salary.
So let's just use commissioners make 600 and the mayor makes 1,000 for
And this-
conversation
Okay, well,
for today. Over that time, since Suzanne Good was trying to spearhead this and get it on the agenda, I've received many emails from her where she would like to.
Mayor, you know, I spoke to other people, and I don't think that I
Understand.
should be given full, you know, blame for bringing this up, as I discussed with you.
Suzanne,
but-
please don't interrupt. I don't interrupt you when you have the floor. So Suzanne is the sponsor of this, I would say. I've received several emails from her that she believes the salary should go for the commissioners from $600 a year to $10,000 a year, and the $1,000 for the mayor to go to $20,000 a year. So what I would like to do is to start off the conversation among the Board of Commissioners with a rationale for why do we deserve, if at all, an increase in salary? I think should be the first step in the conversation to, again, justify a salary increase, and then Taylor can go over his data. So if anybody would like to start off that conversation. Commissioner Marker?
I can only say personally that I chose to run for this office as it being a volunteer position. I didn't even know about the $600. So, I always felt it was a public service position that you volunteered to do and was willing to volunteer to do. So the idea of being compensated for it, I mean, it's not like, to me, it's not like getting money for what we do makes it any better. I mean, that's the thing. So to me, that's why I can't really support it. And not that I don't respect you all, I do, but it's just personally, I don't see it as being something I need to be paid for. So.
Anybody else? Commissioner Saunders, and then.
I do support an increase, not necessarily those numbers. If even we multiplied it by 10, which would still be reasonable, I think, that would give $6,000 a year for commissioners, $10,000 a year for mayor. I think it shows a little bit of respect for the individuals willing to do it. Two things, if I may. I recently ran for this office. I spent almost $5,000 running. So it would be nice to be compensated over the 3 years for the amount that you spend in any candidate spends, whether they win or lose. And secondly, when I see towns like Bethany and Lewis and so forth paying 3 and 4 times what they're currently paying here, it puts us in a disrespectful light in my eyes, at any rate. I think we're worth it's still a token amount, but we're worth at least the equal token to those other towns. That's, like I said, I haven't decided on any number, and I'm open to negotiation on that. But I do think we haven't looked at it in 30 years, and I think it's time to look at it again. That's all. Thank you.
Can you help us understand your
Mayor,
figures?
Yeah, this discussion evolved. I take a little issue with the way exactly you described it, but however, going forward, I see a couple problems. Being paid $50 a month just doesn't incentivize anyone to work at the level required to compare to, for instance, Lewis has a much smaller budget. We're almost at 44 million. Lewis is a little over 20 million. Lewis holds one monthly meeting on Monday, I believe it at 7:30 p.m. And maybe a few times a year seems to have special meetings. The volume of work here has just ballooned. In spite of, actually before talking about the salary at all, I was talking to the mayor about limiting presenters to maybe 15 minutes. We don't need to be walked through PowerPoints because we have all the documents, to try to reduce the length of the meetings. And one of the reasons one of the commissioners unceremoniously left was he was tired of these lengthy meetings that went well past 5 p.m. on Fridays many times. So I think we're preventing people from doing an excellent job in terms of preparing for the meetings, sitting through the meetings. We've been here since 9 o'clock this morning with a 90-minute break between 12:30 and 2 p.m., for instance, today. So the demands of the job, because maybe, I don't know, just the nature of Rehoboth Beach with a lot of litigation, we have special meetings, like an endless stream of them, which you need a quorum to deal with that, so we can't just be, absentee all the time. And I think also we would attract a better cadre of candidates if the pay were something where someone like myself could justify not working more hours for a publishing company, which pays a lot better, and devote more time to the tasks that we're confronted with. And that's been a real problem. I feel when we arrive here, a lot of us have not had the time to prepare because it's hard to justify. No one really works for free. To say that, Commissioner Margaret says this is public service. Well, all the employees in City Hall have chosen public service for their careers, but none of them are working, for free. So I think it's a historic precedent back in the days when there were maybe 2 meetings a month, maybe, but because our budget is so much larger than Lewis. In fact, our budget is even larger than Hyattsville, Maryland, and Tacoma Park, Maryland, where they're paying the council members, as they call them, commissioners, even more, well above $10,000 a year. So I think there's a disconnect in Rehoboth Beach. And if we want to attract candidates who, for whatever the reason, may have had a maybe disjointed career, even to qualify for Social Security, one needs about a little over $1,800 per quarter. So that would take you, say, to $8,000 a year. I at one point rounded it up in talking to people to $10,000. But we aren't even allowing people to take this on to sort of complete their career. And I think that we'd attract a more qualified group of candidates running, and maybe I think we'd have a better run town.
Thank you, Susan. Anybody else?
I'd just like to,
Commissioner Margaret?
just to rebut, I'm all for attracting more qualified candidates, and I think there's a way that the city could certainly do that, or at least by, as Commissioner Saunders mentioned, to make it easier to run. And I think the best way to do that, the big costs in campaigning for a commissioner position or for mayor is the communication. You got to send out mailings, and the postage is expensive. And I think there's a lot better ways that the city has at its disposal to be able to allow candidates running to have access to the means by which that the city communicates with its residents and potential voters, property owners, and if we could work out an arrangement with that where you could kind of communicate directly that way, it would reduce the cost of running considerably. So that would be my suggestion.
Anybody else? Commissioner
Mayor
Thayer?
Rica, yeah, thank you. So a little different for me. I was on a board of education for 12 years, and the salary was zero. We didn't get paid anything. So when I chose to run for this position, I, knew what I was getting into, eyes wide open. I knew what the salary was. I probably had a much better understanding of the time commitment than most after serving on a Board of Education and appreciating that, there's a lot of meetings, there's a lot of preparation work that needs to get done. So really kind of from that perspective, I don't necessarily, it's hard for me to say, I knew what I was getting in. I was getting paid zero. I knew I was getting into. It's hard for me to sit here today and say I should get a pay increase. Okay, so it'd be very difficult, almost impossible for me to vote to give myself a pay increase today. Are people not running because they don't get paid here? I don't believe that's the case. I think there are a whole bunch of other reasons that I'm not going to get into here as to why people are not running. And I think many of us know what they are. My hope is that we can continue to improve things here so that people will want to run for this position, okay? But I don't believe the compensation is the reason why people are not running. I'm not opposed, right? I think if the majority of the people want to bump the salary a little bit, maybe to something that's comparable to the neighboring communities, I'm not necessarily opposed to that, but I do feel pretty strongly, like I said, I'm not going to vote to increase my salary. So I do believe it should be delayed until the next time, till you're reelected, which is what I think one of the things that Mr. Tedder had highlighted was done elsewhere, and I think, Commissioner Gossett had read, so.
But you understand, it does mean we can pursue this and vote on it as soon as we want. It's just the effective date is delayed till the next.
Is delayed till the next time you're elected and seated, so.
Yeah, you don't do this for the money. I also think that there are $10,000 is what has been discussed. It's not going to have an impact on attracting a different individual to run for office. As people are retiring here or have some free time, the demographic here in Rehoboth Beach, $10,000 is minimal to anyone if that's your reason. I don't believe that is the reason. As Commissioner Thier referenced, there are other certain reasons for non-interest in running for office. But I would say two things. I could not support this unless we do a phased-in or aspect. You can't give yourself a raise. But secondly, I would hope that this discussion were continued after the fact that we have or are close to a balanced budget. I don't feel as if we should take a priority over any other investment in the community, whether it be the staff, whether it be their benefits, whether it be CIP or what have you. But kind of if there is ability to, I guess this is what we're talking, $80,000 here, which is some people call a drop in the bucket. But if you compare that to expenses that we have for attorneys or consultants or whatever, it suddenly becomes a lot of money. So I think a decision, not to try to kick this down the line, but once we are close to a balanced budget, I think that's when this discussion should come back to us to consider.
Thank you.
Mayor?
I also don't think that increasing the compensation really will yield a better caliber of official. I think you do this generally for the love of it, or because you think you can do a better job than the other people up here, if it went forward, I could see maybe being something commensurate with Lewis or Bethany Beach possibly or something. But for me, if it went forward, I think I would give consideration to, rather than an annual basis, a per meeting fee. Why? Because we look backwards at who we have missing or absent at meetings consistently. And that doesn't help us. We're a board up here of 9, and having 8 or 7 is a disservice. And that unfortunately has happened to us recently and frequently. So maybe a per meeting thing. And you're not wrong, Suzanne. our number of our meetings has gone up considerably. You know, we used to have, in the old days, I've been here 26 years, I can remember counting workshop meetings and regular meetings. That's two a month times 12 months, 24 meetings a month. And yet now we've almost doubled that with our special meetings and everything. And it's a necessity. It's nothing that we can do to economize it, unless we have full day meetings or something. But so that's important. But you know, as far as pay, I kind of enjoy getting paid back for my fuel. Unlike maybe perhaps most of the commissioners, I go to a SCAT meeting somewhere in Sussex County. And then I go to a SCAT breakfast meeting in Sussex County. Then I go to a SCAT Legislative Action Committee. And then I go to a Delaware League dinner up in Dover. And then I go to a Delaware Legislative Action Committee. And then I go to an ACT meeting. And then I go, that's a lot of fuel and that's a lot of cost. But I absorb it just because. Most of my paper and supplies and notebook I get from the city limits here, so I don't have to purchase them myself. And I personally really don't care about getting reimbursed for my time. I do that as a service also. So yeah, I could be, if there was an interest here to go up a minor amount, certainly I would not be amenable to Commissioner Good's level, but maybe to something like Lewis or Bethany Beach. With that, is there any other comment before we go to the public?
I do have one
Commissioner
comment.
Good?
I will say that when I wasn't aware of just how many meetings would be involved and how many topics, but in my efforts to rein in spending for far more than the 80,000 I'm suggesting for this entire board, I found that it's taken so much time, and the pushback I've gotten to try to stop, for instance, that $47,000 in a mixed-use consultancy, which went under contract, I think, on Monday, December 23rd, after I made a last gasp attempt on Friday, December 20th to stop it. That for even the $47,000 we just spent with Beacon Engineering to design a children's fishing pier, far larger than the one it turns out the donor can afford. So we just squandered $47,000 there. And I've spent countless hours trying to question Mr. Tedder and get answers as to why we have this inefficient, profligate spending mentality here, when Mr. Tedder arrived promising us that he would save us $500,000 this year, if not more. So I'm not seeing that. And I don't know. I don't feel anyone here can do a good job without even having some modicum of money to sort of incentivize you. I mean, I don't know who works for free, except if they have an agenda of some sort, or if there can potentially be some corruption. I mean, that's what we've seen across the country when there are these volunteer positions. So I'm worried that for the sake of integrity, I hope at least, I mean, the mayor is talking about a couple $1,000s a year. I don't think you're going to attract the caliber of candidates with that. No, it won't make a difference. So I'm a little disappointed, but you know, I don't know how much time I can devote to it. I've heard from many people that some former commissioners would literally walk in here with the meeting packet that they just picked up and look at it for the first time to evaluate major spending decisions. And that's what we're getting up here on this board a lot of the time.
Suzanne, I asked you if you would be liaison to the senior center, and you basically indicated no, not unless I get more money. And that absolutely offends me.
I said it differently. I said that because of the endless number of special meetings we already have on, you know, we've been interviewing people, we're doing various things. I said for the amount of money I'm being paid, I can't take any more time, you know, any more time commitments on to be a liaison to the senior center or to, you know, any of the committees. I can't. I have other personal obligations, and I couldn't do it. But the way, you know, but in any case, and I will, yeah, at this salary, unfortunately, I don't want to be involved with any, you know, outside organization to be responsible for sitting through their monthly meetings.
Commissioner Saunders.
I like your idea on per meetings, that's all. Your suggestion that you made that the pay should be based on per meeting, that sounds like a very sound idea to me.
So the more meetings, the more money?
Well,
I'm just
asking.
First meeting's $50, second meeting is $100, third meeting.
$51.
Mr. Mayor, do you mind if I go over the data?
Yes.
Okay.
Taylor
So,
collected some,
so I do want to say that we did survey all of the surrounding communities, and I also looked to some cities that have similar budget sizes or similar employee counts to the city of Rehoboth Beach. So we are on the low end, very low end, related to compensation of the elected officials. I would say, you know, it really just ranges. Most of these were probably created a long time ago. Some cities have put in a CPI escalator, like Tacoma Park, Maryland, so it's steadily gone up over time. Newark revisits theirs about every 5 years is what I was able to research. I would say, I think probably one of the direct comps is similar to College Park, Maryland. They have a similar budget size. It's a smaller budget, but those are reasonable figures. And then Hyattsville, Maryland has a budget nearly what ours is, a little bit higher. But again, the pay there is similar to College Park as well.
So I'll throw out a number so this doesn't stagnate. 12, a workshop and a regular meeting each month. That's 12 meetings a month. That's 2 meetings a month. 12 months a year. That's 24 meetings a year for just a workshop and regular. At $100 each meeting is $2,400. And then if I'm close to being accurate, the number of special meetings we have might total another 24. There would be another 2,400, so that's what, $4,800 or something. But again, on a per meeting basis. I'm just throwing that out to see if somebody will take it and run with it.
Mayor, if I may, I that may be one solution, but looking on the flip side of it, I know it's only dealing with 7 employees, if you will, but just the payroll aspect of that, I don't know if you can address Jean, if she would have any comments of, who was here, who wasn't here. Again, we so often, create something here and don't have any impact or don't think about the impact that it has on staff. Now I go, it's only 7 people, but I'm just thinking through that.
So the commissioners are paid monthly at the beginning of the month. Someone would have to tell me who's here, who's not here. Because I'm not always necessarily, I could be on vacation or something. I'm not necessarily here to watch the meeting to know who is here. So someone would have to take charge in being in charge of that and providing me the information in time for me to run it through payroll. Whether it's by meeting or it's a flat fee, I could make that happen either way for commissioners. I just need somebody to give me that information by the beginning of the month each month. And we'd have to come up with a debt, like an end date. So if you had a special meeting the Friday before payroll, we probably wouldn't include that in the next payroll just because I need time to process.
Well, I think Commissioner Patrick Gossett has an excellent point, and I'll withdraw my interest in it per meeting. That's too complicated.
And I would also ask, again, functionality of this. I've suggested before, and I will keep suggesting, that we establish a city code fee and that our salary, whatever it ended up be listed as part of that city code fee so that it could be reviewed on an annual basis. As Mr. Tedder has said, this has probably been in place for decades upon decades, as is a $5 return check fee that we have in a code. So again, to establish that we have it, Mr. Miller has been working on this quite diligently to get it brought forward and gone into effect. It would prevent these types of situations from reoccurring in the future. So whatever the body decides to move forward on this, I would also ask that that be included in the yet to be presented, but soon to be presented, city code fees.
Do you recall, Taylor, what Bethany Beach council members make?
They didn't respond to our survey, so I don't know, but we can find out.
Can I suggest one more place that we could add it if it doesn't go in the fees? We do, like I said earlier, have to do a 5-year compensation study. We've not included commissioners in that previously, but that could be somewhere we could add it if we didn't add it to the annual fees. Look, we could add it to that 5-year compensation study because we do have to do a compensation study for the city.
Part of the personnel code.
Yes.
That would be ready 5 years from now.
Well, each 5 years we have to do one. So I'm not talking about like today's, what you guys are going to decide. But if we added it to what we do every 5 years, then it would be reviewed every 5 years going forward.
I think what she was asking is, when is the next 5-year?
Yeah, the next one is,
28?
Yes, ma'am.
28?
yes.
2028 would be the next study by code.
Mr. Mayor, I mean, I think that's part of the inherent problem here. We can't make simple decisions. This is far less money than we've just wasted on various projects the last, 4 or 5 months that I've been here. So it's just, I mean, to bog it down in some compensation study, it's not even enough to qualify for Social Security each quarter. It's like we're going to study something that's so far below the minimum wage on a per-hour basis. When you count up all the meetings, you're just over analyzing it. So I'm distressed that, but I see so much pushback on even it affecting, even though every employee for every corporation or the government advocates for his or her salary and or benefits to rise. It's like we're afraid to do what's a normal procedure in a system of capitalism. I'm distressed.
I don't, excuse me,
Commissioner Markert?
I don't see it that way. I mean, this is not a job. This is not a job. It's not our livelihood. This is something we choose to do. And the idea of attaching, I certainly understand we're at a level here with the size of the size of this community and what our own personal wealth is, I guess, is concerned that I can do this because I don't need to be earning anything to do it. And that's like a luxury for me. I understand that. So the idea that everything's got to be boiled down to dollars, I find in a lot of ways, clearly, we want the city to run efficiently and so forth, but I don't understand why everything has to be have a price tag attached to it, because there's other considerations, and I find this discussion unsettling to me. It may not be. I'm not trying to put any kind of moral judgment on or anything like that. You all may feel differently, and I get that, but I don't. It doesn't. Money is not everything. That's all I'm saying.
Taylor, do you have anything more to use?
I did look up South Bethany. It's $50 a meeting, and Bethany Beach is unpaid.
Bethany Beach is unpaid. Okay. Let's go to the members of the public. Would you have any comments? Mr. Legree?
Yeah. Preach.
I'm Jay Legree. I live on Prospect Street. My first time on the Board of Commissioners, I was a resident of Texas, and the W-2 forced me to file Delaware taxes. Other than that, this is your life. This is your job. You can't pay you what the commissioners put in. There's no money to pay enough. We all have to be retired, and to do a good job, it has to become your life, and that's a problem unless you accept it.
Thank you, Jay.
I agree with Bunky.
Thank you, Jay. Tom?
Tom Gaynor, property owner. I did warn you. Nobody's objecting to it and nobody's tabling it, but they're laying it around your neck. And
I feel it.
the interesting thing about this discussion is what you said earlier was missed. It's a governance problem here. And it has been an increasing governance problem here that is not being addressed through either institutional or systemic incompetence. The amount of wasted time on idiotic topics and the wasted compensation equivalents in lost hours on discussions that are meaningless and circular is stunning. And I wouldn't put up with it. And thank you for doing it. Your frustration, you kind of got set up by Stan at the beginning of this discussion, I think illegitimately so, as they continue to sort of try to isolate you. But I think the issue is nobody is addressing the fact that a more competent administration of duties and fiduciary obligations would yield a better budget that was in 2016, $14 million, which now is going to be 43. I just can't wrap my head around that. A 1 square mile town of 1,600 voters at $43 million is utterly absurd. And not a single one of the volunteers up here is asking about that. You're putting the time in to work on our behalf. Honestly, there's no compensation number that would reward you for the amount of time that you're investing in this. Because what you're doing is actually the work that should be done among the 7 of you. And it's only being done for 1. And it's obvious to all of us who is the only person who's looking out for the citizens of this town. The others sit up here sanctimoniously and talk about the service and everything else. Let's see it. Let's see it with you standing up to this budget and say, hell no. That's what you were sent here for, Craig. You have an opportunity with 6 months left to your term. Stand up, Bunky, and say, hell no. Go back to the drawing board and come up with a budget that's appropriate for 1,600 people in a 1 square mile town, because this ain't it.
Thank you, Tom. Anybody else? Carolyn?
Carolyn Diefendorfer, city resident. I do think you should make more. I can't get behind Suzanne's number. I think that's too much. But I also think that volunteers can do great work. I'm a volunteer at Main Street. I don't get a dime. I do it because I want to give back. And I think when you go up there, that's what you're doing. You want to give back. And that's the kind of people I think we want. We want people who want to give back and want to make this a better place as a result. Thank you.
Thank you, Carolyn. Anybody else? If not, we'll bring it back to the table up here. If you want to do this to advance, then we need to hear a proposal.
Right. Well, I think in the
otherwise we're going to
context
move on.
of what Commissioner Marker has said, a lot of platitudes, to tell us that, there's no price and you do it because you love it. There becomes a point where you're asking for some accountability in City Hall. You give up very easily if you say to yourself, well, I'm not being paid to get this grief, to be told, well, the employee took it out of this budget, so it's paid for. Well, if it's not a useful consultancy, we don't need to use that supposed money that we have. And I've always believed that since the budget has gone, as I stated this morning, from $27.7 million to $43.8 million in just the most recent 4 fiscal years. That's a 58.1% increase. During the same period, which happened to be some of the highest inflation this country has experienced since the since last century, inflation was 19.8%. But we somehow we were almost triple that level in how we grew the City Hall budget. So I think that the problem is that people who maybe just want to feel that they're getting, some sort of compensation for doing what has proven to be a rather unpleasant job of constantly asking, why do we need this? Why can't we find a way to do this with existing employees? We just created a new position in October of 2023. Why would we possibly continue with this endless stream of consultants in that area of expertise? And maybe we didn't need that position. It was the wrong position we chose to have, because now we're demanding another new position, a full-time planner. There seemed to be no end of it. Now, I realize it might be unpopular, but I'm looking at towns with similar budgets, and I think in general, the ones that seem to be better run do pay the council members something that sort of compensates them a little bit for their time, so they can justify not doing other things that are either paid or unpaid, but don't carry all this sort of, just it's difficult to push back, especially, Mr. Tedder, at the salary you're earning, obviously you're paid to be in City Hall $1,000 a day, so how will someone earning almost no money want to spend the time pushing back? You have no problem in asking that city employees who just went from 80 to 90% health insurance coverage in March of 2024, you want to take them from 90 to 100%. That's an additional $250,000 you're proposing for this upcoming fiscal year. The $80,000, for instance, that I'm proposing is not even a third of $250,000. Like, I think to say that money's not important, Commissioner Market, or that I don't even know what you were saying about, it's some labor of love. I think because our budget's out of control, that ship has sailed. We have to have people who are better incentivized. We have to attract people who are willing to have this sort of as a part-time job to supplement some other part-time job where they have some skills, like the law or finance. We need better people up here. I mean, I'm not trying to insult anybody, but honestly, the way this city has been run and the way we got such a bad reputation as a place to work that supposedly that's the rationale why we now have to overpay. And I will say this, we lost an in-house legal counsel candidate, and I'm trying to get to the bottom of this, but I wouldn't be surprised if that candidate said, I see in the papers all throughout the spring and summer of 2024 that your top administrator got a $750,000 forgivable home loan over 7 years. Oh, I need $750,000 in a forgivable loan to work here for 7 years. So we have like endemic problems, and the 7 of us up here are not up to the task for a number of reasons, it seems. But the pay would be sort of a start in the right direction. I know the Diefendorfers and other citizens in the past have said it's an inappropriately low salary. It dates from the 1990s, I think. I mean, it was $600 a year in the 1990s. There's something wrong to me, but obviously the way the mayor introduced it, it made me look like the only person who's ever, considered this, and that's just not the case. It's been we've discussed this for 10 years off and on. I mean, that's sort of sad that we're 10 years later, we're still stuck in virtue signaling, oh, I did this, because I want to serve the people. Well, does Mr. Tedder want to serve the people? Is he working for free? I think not.
Is there any further, if there's no is there legitimate comment?
We've gotten off the subject, and I think we need to stop attacking Mr. Tedder.
Well, are you ready for a
Suzanne,
motion?
I'm not giving you the floor right now. Is there any other comment here? Because otherwise, I'm moving on.
I think that's good.
We're moving on. Thank you very much.
So we're not considering, you think we're not even going to consider any sort of bump, given that it hasn't changed in 30 years?
I've closed the topic. Is there any further discussion of mayor and commissioners?
I would like to just note that under membership and publications in this budget is where we pay the chamber dues, the SCAT dues, National League of Cities and Delaware League of Local Governments. But this budget really has no material changes other than the lowering of the Wallace Montgomery fees, because I lowered the fees throughout the entire budget, resulting in savings for the planner position. If you don't want to do the planner position, which we'll get into later in the building and licensing budget, we can just restore those fees, but there are no other real changes in this budget.
All right, and for you and for us, when we reference the chart there, if we could give the line number, which is the leftmost column. I think
Sure,
that
that's
will-
5,600. Yeah.
Mayor,
Commissioner-
thank you. I'm really concerned, Mr. Tedder, at the way you have represented this budget. First of all, the $250,000 in the health insurance premium bump, after just bumping it up by 10 percentage points just a year ago. I mean, I'm all for being generous with health insurance, but we chose to be more generous. And also to say, we just borrowed $5.5 million because we weren't able to finance the lifeguard station as originally planned, which was going to be $3 million in one fiscal year and $2.5 million in a different fiscal year. So, I mean, I think you're presenting to the public that we have a sound fiscal situation when it's just not the case. And I don't know whether this is to, pretend, we have so much money to spend on consultants or whatever else it is. Although with the planner, you're alleging it will somehow reduce Wallace Montgomery. I do not believe that.
Mayor, if I could.
But I don't believe when we just created a new director of that department position in October of 2023, that we now need to add a second full-time employee. Every full-time employee costs this city about $30,000 in benefits, a little less if the employee doesn't have any dependents to go on the health insurance. But could you explain why you think the budget is as you described?
I suggest that we approach this more organized, that we have the mayor and commissioners chart in front of us. If we have any questions of that, let's ask that specifically and keep moving on. And then at the appropriate time, you can bring up your comments. But if we keep interjecting the comments, we're never going to get along.
Can I respond slightly, Mayor,
Yes.
if I may? So the budget, is realizing the proceeds from the financing of the beach patrol facility. So that is why it's inflated higher. Really, the budget's more like $40 million. And we have a large number of capital projects. If, you'd like to defer some of those, we can definitely lower that. There is currently a surplus of $233,000 in this budget. I wanted to leave that in case some of that money did go toward commissioner salaries or whatever projects the commissioners would like to do. So I'm here to make any changes you'd like as a group and move forward.
Are there any other comments on page 50 of 87 support documents?
Yeah, just one quick comment, one quick question, if
Commissioner
I could,
Thayer, go
clarify
ahead.
question. Thank you, Mayor. Just legal fees. I know we're going to see these throughout the budget. What is in mayor and commissioners, that is strictly mayor and commissioners, and probably some litigation fees, I would guess.
So that would be anything related to mayor and commissioners. So if there's litigation related to mayor and commissioners, that's where we would be paid out of. If, we had a lawsuit with someone on the admin side, like someone with the utility company or, utilities or something, that would be in the admin budget, and similarly, planning commission, et cetera.
They're like planning commission, board of adjustment, they're all in the admin budget.
Yes.
Okay. And then we had discussed potentially breaking those out as their own separate departments.
I would
for
like
better
to
tracking.
move with breaking out the planning commission, board of adjustment, attorney fees into their own line budget areas.
Okay, great. So just back to my first question, MNC legal fees, strictly MNC, representing us at the meeting.
Correct.
Any sort of litigation against the MNCs would be in there.
And any special work products, memos, things of that nature.
Great, thank you.
But let me just ask, it's based pretty much on history or experience of
Right.
that department or
Right.
whatever? Yeah, okay.
Yeah, if there's no other questions on mayor and commissioners, then your next slide.
So at this point, I am going to turn it over to Evan to walk through the remaining departments, and of course, we'll jump in as needed. This next one is the Alderman Division.
Thank you, Taylor. So I was asked to go through the presentation, which is included within the agenda. It's actually the let's see, second to last support document that's linked within the agenda. And again, just to reiterate, the changes from budget meeting 1 are included on slides 3 and 4 of the presentation, which we just went through. So again, attached in the agenda is the budget highlights presentation. So we tried to follow the order of the budget worksheet, and so I've actually written down a couple of page numbers just to make sure that members of the public and the commissioners are following along. So first department that we wanted to highlight is Alderman. Really no material changes. The majority of the expenses related to Alderman are salaries for the judge as well as the clerk. The major budget lines are office supplies at $1,400 and office equipment for $1,600. Previously, under office equipment, we did purchase a television to install within the courtroom so that police officers or anybody in court could pull up documents and display them on the television. And this year, we're looking to replace computer equipment. Moving forward, and
Are there any questions,
sorry.
Commissioner Gossett?
Just curious on this, the offset of any revenue that is produced by the alderman.
Yes.
Is that reflected? Where would that be reflected?
so we have a separate revenue account for that. I actually just had it pulled up here. Let me see. That account is 404150. It's a revenue account, which is the court security fund, which was something that we imposed a little while ago. Currently, there is roughly $13,200 in that revenue account. And again, that's a relatively new revenue stream.
Correct.
And then obviously there's other court fees and things like that, but that was just the $10 court security fund that we had imposed. Moving on, finance, major expense in the finance department is the annual financial audit at $45,000. Additionally, we do have under other professional services $5,000. This is the cost related to preparing the annual budget document, which we post on the city website, and we also submit to GFOA for consideration for the Distinguished Budget Award, and we've been successful the last few years. So we'd like to continue with the preparation of that document.
Mayor,
Commissioner Gossett?
if I may, with regards to this aspect, the audit, have we sent that out for a bid, for competitive bid for the audit? How frequently does that happen? Do we have any policy or procedure on that?
Sure. You want to take that?
We usually send it out about every 4 or 5 years. The last time we sent it out was about 4 years ago. And Barbicane Thornton was least expensive. We had
And is
about
that
5
something
firms.
that,
The audit committee is responsible for that. When they basically decide if they want to go out and get a
I'm sorry,
bid.
who basically?
The audit committee.
Okay.
And Commissioner Gossett, best practice is typically to change auditors, or at least the lead auditor on the firm, every 5 years.
And do we reflect any written policy or procedure on that? Or is this just this way we've done it type of thing?
I think it's actually a recommendation from the Government Finance Officers Association, but no, we don't have a policy on it.
Thank you.
Commissioner Good?
Mayor, for Mr. Miller, you didn't happen to mention it, but in every department of the city, because of the decision by Mr. Tedder and Ms. Lee to present the budget with this, to match the police union's agreement to pay 100% health insurance, which I have no problem with. The police are in a different, more dangerous occupation than anyone here in City Hall, at least thus far. But the medical insurance, just for the finance department alone, has gone up 34%. And so across all departments, because of that, it's this additional $250,000 in fiscal year 2026, which I hope we could, we do want to deal with it. I don't want to deal with it department by department, but we have to make a decision on this, because this is running up the budget another $250,000 after in March of 2024, we just ran up the budget another $210,000 for this same reason, but we keep escalating health insurance costs. It means every every employee, every new hire, it's going to be the same way. And, this goes into effect April 1st, I believe. They don't have to wait until someone new comes along. But anyway, so I don't know how to, how are we going to address how you presented the budget with this 100% health premium coverage, which, by the way, the average across the country for municipal employees is 86%. For federal and private sector employees, it's even lower. The employer covers between 70 and 80%. So at 90%, which we adopted a year ago, we're already above the national average for municipal employees at 86%. I know you found nearby towns like Dewey and Lewis happen to pay 100%, but the salaries there, from what I've checked, from what I've seen, are not as high as Rehoboth Beach. So, they gave more in benefits, less in salary. So how are we going to deal with this $250,000, which has just been added to the budget, that stays there unless the 7 of us, missing Ed, the 6 of us take some different action? Or are we just going to let City Hall decide they get 100%? I mean, I feel a year ago when I actually advocated to go from 80 to 90%, because at that time the national average was 83%. It has gone to 86%. We did the right thing. We're at 90% and 80% for dependents. But we're now at a level that's so far above the national average, 86%. Why do we feel we can afford this?
Mayor, if I could, please.
Commissioners there.
Great, thank you. So first question for Mr. Miller, and then I'm going to make a comment on what Commissioner Good just said. So what I'm about to ask is related to salaries and the way you're budgeting salaries. We're currently looking at the Finance Department, so it's not just related to the Finance Department, be all departments. So are we vacant, where we have vacant positions, are we budgeting the full amount for that position? Okay, so what I'd like you to do is to create a spreadsheet that, a couple of things I want. So by department, the vacant position, realistically the earliest you would fill that position, and then I want you to identify the amount that is, okay? The amount that would cost us. So I'm looking for the amount, for example, just to give you a scenario. I know you understand what I'm saying, but just so everyone understands. So fiscal year starts April 1. So if you tell me earliest we're going to hire the person is June 1, I want you to tell me the cost of the salary for April and May. Tell me the cost of all associated taxes and benefits. So FICA, Social Security, health insurance, if there's any other, excuse me, any other taxes or any other variable costs, I'd appreciate if you could list it out. Tell me what those are, okay? Excuse me. I'm not asking anybody to take out of the budget, but I want to see that sheet. What I'd also like to understand is for the current fiscal year, really I'd like to understand where we've had vacancies, so I can do, as I'm looking at what you're projecting for the budget versus where we're running on actuals, and I've got a variance that's unexplainable, I can start to explain in my head what that variance is probably related to, okay? I am going to be looking to, based on what you come back with, I'm going to have some questions, but I will be looking to reduce the budget by the amounts that we're, just not going to spend. Okay, let's get that out of there. Philosophically, again, my experience doing budgets, if I leave money in the budget, somebody spends the money. So we take it out, okay? I feel very strongly that we need to focus on an accurate budget. It shouldn't be conservative. It shouldn't be aggressive. Where we have risks, we identify those risks, and we figure out how to mitigate those risks. If that means we need to come up with a contingency fund, we identify that contingency fund, we put it in a line item, not in budgeted line items, because again, if I put money in budgeted line items, it gets spent. If I identify a single contingency line, we have control over that contingency line item. So just kind of philosophically, that's where this is coming from. Next question about finance specifically is, I'm assuming the increase that we're looking at for salaries as well as compensation is related to the position that you hired, the new position that you added end of last year. Okay, great. I want to address Commissioner's good comment, if I could for another moment, Mayor. So I really want to emphasize that just because I'm not making comments on things like health insurance, it shouldn't be as interpreted as I support it or I don't support it. My focus right now is about accuracy. I want to make sure I'm comfortable with the numbers that are being put in front of me. As Mr. Tedder knows, I did send him a list of items related to the revenue budget where I was looking for clarification. We've talked a little bit about the FY27 forecast, so I can kind of understand where that's going to come in. But my point, Commissioner Good, is just because I'm not raising an issue about the 100% of medical benefits, don't interpret that as I support it or I don't support it. Right now, let me just
we
finish.
had a
Can I finish?
conversation
Can I
about this.
finish? Can I finish? Right now, I'm trying to make sure the numbers that are put in front of me are accurate. Then I want to be able to look at the total picture, see where we're landing in terms of surplus or deficit, overall spend, and then I'll come back. I do have a list of things, right, that could potentially come up for cuts. And then I'll make decisions or recommendations on what I think we should scale back. And part of that is, I just feel in previous years, we just haven't had an accurate budget. So I have to feel really, really comfortable with these numbers. And part of it is just the way I've done budgets in the past. I like to see the total picture. That requires me to have accurate numbers to get to a total picture and then come back and, as appropriate or necessary, start cutting expenses.
So that requires deferring Commissioner Good's topic to the next meeting.
Yeah, well, and again, you'll have to help me out a little bit here because this is not a voting meeting, so we're not really deferring anything. Until we vote on the budget, nobody's approved or agreed to any expenditure. Am I incorrect in that statement?
Well, we can vote at this meeting.
But-
If we wanted to take it up and agree with her, then we could make a motion and do that. But otherwise, it sounds like you want some homework and time to cogitate a little bit before we go forward and address.
That is correct. I want to see a full budget. I want to feel comfortable that the numbers are accurate. And then we can come back and decide, particularly for some of these larger items, whether they stay or whether they go.
Mr. Mayor, I'd like to respond.
Commissioner Good?
Well, I appreciate you now say you need more time, a more holistic view of the budget. It's very different, Commissioner Chair, from what you and I discussed last week. So, I mean, if we don't make some decisions, these are hard decisions. These are our very valuable city employees. But, you and I discussed how something that just was increased by 10 percentage points a year ago doesn't seem like it's an appropriate time to respond to what I view as pressure tactics that somehow, since the police are getting this, the city employees might unionize or they might quit. This is what I'm hearing by email from our city manager. They might quit, they might unionize. I mean, if we live in fear, I don't see a lot of turnover in City Hall. We have a lot of long-term employees. I'm not afraid that the salaries we're paying are not competitive in this region. In fact, there's among the better jobs in the area. So while I respect Commissioner Tier, you now need more time to reflect on this. I thought last week anyway, you, like me, felt this seemed like a stretch and that city employees are just naming their own price in front of us and, we need to rein in some of the spending. I don't know, Mr. Tedder, where are the 500,000 in savings you promised us last August? I've only seen, at most about 150,000 of it.
Yeah, I'll get you the list.
Yeah, you said that a few days ago. I haven't seen this
That's-
list of 500,000 in
Commissioner
savings.
Good, thank you. Your point is taken. If I may ask also for the spreadsheet you're preparing, could you also, for those positions listed, indicate the number of days that those positions have been vacant?
I do have some of that information right now. I don't have all of those pieces.
Well, I'd prefer to present it
You want-
all in
okay.
one.
Okay.
Thank you, so that we can focus on that. So, all right, Mr.
Yeah, and just one more thing that Gene reminded me on. So with medical insurance specifically related to finance too, we did have a full-time employee that transitioned to part-time briefly and is now back to full-time. So that obviously contributed a little bit to the medical expenses. Moving on to administration. Legal services are budgeted under administration, which not only includes legal services for administrative staff, but also the Board of Adjustment and the Planning Commission. And sorry, administration is listed on page 11 and 12 of the budget worksheet. Also budgeted in administration is other professional services at $290,000. So we have the continuation of our ADA transition plan, which, as you know, I think I had reported previously that we are wrapping up the data collection for all of the sidewalks, curb ramps, and city limits, and we are starting to implement a phased approach towards making those improvements. In addition, there's other requirements that we have under Title II, such as designating an ADA Title II coordinator, formalizing a complaint procedure, and so this effort really addresses a lot of the obligations we have under Title II. Tyler Appraisal Services, a while back, we dropped Pearson from conducting property assessments and transitioned to Tyler. Tyler is the group that the county is currently using. Also, Tyler runs the Munis software program that we utilize. So appraisal services are budgeted under other professional services. Wireless permit review, so that is small cell wireless permitting. That's a contract that we previously had with CTC Wireless. They notified us months ago, it might even be a year or so ago, that they are getting out of the wireless permitting space, and so we have contracted with JMT for that work. As Mr. Tedder had mentioned, city code updates, so we've budgeted $100,000 for updating the city code. And then finally, boardwalk and bandstand security plan. This is one that we are looking to roll out to specifically address security concerns, vehicular security concerns as it relates to the boardwalk and bandstand, and we've started to take efforts in-house to address some of those concerns. And then finally, maintenance contracts. That would be, a majority of that is the cleaning services. So we, again, have transitioned away from ServPro to our new cleaning provider. So a majority of that contract price is the cleaning services. And we do have monies in there for our postage machine that we utilize.
Mayor, if I could?
Evan, the Tyler Appraisal Services, have we checked in with the county about buying their records?
Yeah, so
Instead, and does that mean if we buy their records, we still need an appraisal service?
correct. So the appraisals would be separate. I mean, certainly the county does their own assessments, and then we do assessments based on the building permits that are issued by the Building and Licensing Department. Mr. Lawson did give a presentation to the Chamber of Commerce. I think we were in attendance at that meeting, a few of us, and he indicated that it sounds like the county will be offering those records to municipalities free of charge. So that's good news. But yes, we would still need to continue unless, of course, the county offers to take over the assessment of City of Rehoboth Beach building permits after permits.
And the maintenance contract, is that for this building, or is that, so that has nothing to do with restroom attendance?
Correct.
Okay.
Correct.
Okay.
Yep, and we'll talk a little bit about that later, but comfort stations is where we budget
That's right.
the
Okay.
contractual
Commissioner Thayer?
services.
Yeah, so two questions. One on finance, and I apologize, this is one I missed. I see we have an account 510-200 for auditors, which has the $45,000 budgeted for this year's audit, or for the coming audit. But I don't see any actuals or budget for previous years. Where was that paid from in previous years?
That would have come under administration. So we have the account 510-200, which is auditors and admin. That's where you'll see the history.
Okay, great. All
auditors.
right,
Yep.
thank you. Thank you. The next question I have is, and I love this account, 550-300 contingency. So what's that for?
Let me just pull, that's under
So
administration?
that's under admin.
Under
so
admin, yeah, I'm sorry, I
the,
jumped back to admin, I
The
apologize.
contingency fund is for anything that arises during the year.
Okay,
Yeah.
so it's our contingency fund. Okay. Any other contingency funds in this budget, or is that the only one?
No, that's it.
Okay. Anything else that looks like a contingency fund that isn't called a contingency fund? that I
No,
should be
this is
aware of?
it. Yeah.
Okay, all right, great. You spent, it looks like you spent about 40 grand so far this year. What did you spend that on?
So about 30,000 was for the strategic plan initiative, and then I believe the remainder of the funds were some equipment for the police department that they did not have budgeted that I took out of the contingency fund.
Okay, so probably getting a little bit into semantics here, but it's important, from an accuracy perspective. To me, contingency fund is, it's a risk fund, right? We're trying to, like I said earlier, we're trying to identify risks, mitigate risks. If we need to, we put some money in the budget. I always interpreted the strategic plan as, a fund, not a contingency fund, but kind of a general consulting fund that you had available to yourself. So just kind of going forward, I think of those two things differently. I'm not, criticizing you, just, going forward, communication. So, the other question I had was unemployment. You just booked that in admin, or is this for the entire city, the unemployment, or is this just?
It's in each department.
It's in each department. Okay.
Mayor,
Okay.
I'd like to make a motion because.
I mean, that's a pretty,
Oh, sorry.
I think that's actually got an added 0. I'll fix that.
okay, so we've got,
Make sure he's.
Unemployment.
so unemployment, so I am seeing this correctly, because I did do a little bit of copying and pasting. So the budget, you do have in at 39, but last year's budget was, again, just for clarity, right, it's budgeted for 39,000. Last year's budget was 3,900, so it should be
correct.
3,900. Okay, great.
Are you done, Commissioner Thier?
One second.
Nope.
Yeah, I'm good. If anything else comes back, I'll come back to it. Thank you, Mayor.
Want something?
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, I would like to make a motion before we go. I mean, I'm looking at the numbers for this health insurance run-up. This is the finance department. It's only, 4 employees. I'd like to make a motion that in the budget spreadsheets we're given at subsequent meetings, that the numbers use the 90%, which was agreed to just a year ago, and it exceeds the national average for municipal employees. That will save us $250,000 in fiscal year 2026. We still offer great benefits to our employees in terms of medical insurance, 401k matching. We have generous family leave, annual leave, sick leave. So that would be my motion, that we read you all the numbers that each department, of course, would change. I mean, just in finance alone, it's rising from a little over 50,000 to 97,000, but that may reflect that you added another employee. But it's the run up is around 33 to 34% in many departments, which is huge after it just was raised a year earlier. It just seems like a strange time to raise health insurance coverage even more and beyond a national average. Those are Bureau of Labor Statistics data, which I sent to Mr. Tedder, and he seemed concerned that the municipal employees were so busy that they may not have given accurate responses to the Bureau of Labor Statistics, which is part of the Department of Labor. I believe those data are pretty reliable, and I think 86% is pretty. It did rise from 83% to 86% in the year since we raised ours from 80 to 90. But anyone else on that?
Isn't this what we just agreed to defer to the next meeting?
Why do we have to defer it?
Because we just discussed it, and we said we're going to defer it to
But
the
I
next
just made a
meeting so
motion
that
to
Craig-
change the, I didn't expect Mr. Tier to need the whole budget. I said I different from what he and I discussed last week, but I don't think it's premature. We're ready to make a decision. These are hard decisions, but I think the medical insurance coverage is escalating out of control.
So-
I mean, our own family's medical insurance rose 13.5% on January 1st. Is someone cushioning me from that and handing me that? No. We all have to do our part to deal with an inflationary climate.
I just think, if I may,
Commissioner Saunders.
I believe though Mr. Thier was, Commissioner Thier was just asking for more information before we make that vote. I won't speak for him, but I got the idea that we were gonna wait to give the staff opportunity to give us more data on that subject before we go on it.
Do we need more data? I think we have, yes, some surrounding towns do pay 100%, but we just raised ours, and the national average is lower than the 90% we're already paying. How much more, we seem to be paralyzed to make any decisions that, to me, where we have enough information. Maybe that's that we have so much city staff to have them do more research. I don't think we need more research.
Well, if we get a second, we can vote on it. Otherwise, if we don't get a second, then it's a dead issue. Is there any?
So again, just to be clear, right, you use the term dead issue. I'm not prepared to make a second at this point in time.
It's a dead issue at this meeting.
Thank you.
Defer
Okay.
it to another meeting.
Okay, thank you. Thank you
are
for the
correct.
clarification. Yeah.
So not hearing a second, Suzanne, it'll be continued to discuss.
Well, as long as
At the
I'm
next
here, I'd
meeting.
like to make a motion. I feel, given the profligate spending on a lot of other things, would anyone support a motion to raise our commissioner pay from $600 a year to $5,000 a year? Do we have any support for that?
Suzanne, we've put that to bed for this meeting.
You did at the end of the discussion, but I feel we did have some support. We had some people saying it had to be after everybody who's here right now leaves office, even though that's not the precedent in Congress or in state legislatures, but.
We'll be here all day if we keep going back.
Well, okay, so there's no one else who can support me in that either.
So is there a second? If not, then that dies also.
Until next year at the
Can I
earliest.
make a suggestion here? I'd just like to make this. That's an overarching issue, and I don't understand, duly noted, and I think we can come back to that, at the end. We just begun, and that's something I'm sure we will have to consider by the end of this whole process. But I mean, I think you raised the point. Yes,
Why would we come back to it when you're squarely
because
against
we don't know.
it?
We're talking about expenses now. We're not talking about revenues. We're not talking about what this is going to cost, how this is going to affect
It's on
the
today's
property
budget
owners
agenda.
and
Stop interrupting.
we're just starting this thing. I mean, why would we just decide that it's okay? It's above the national average. Where does it all fit into the whole picture? We're looking at a little tiny corner of a very large spreadsheet here, and I just feel like we're not ready to make these kind of decisions now. They're prominent, they're important, but I'm not prepared to vote on anything now. I'm not.
Well, maybe we shouldn't be here if no one is prepared to make the hard decisions. That's
But
crazy.
give us a moment to digest it and discuss it and see what else we're talking about. It's a very complex decision process. You don't do it like in little slices.
$250,000 in health
We
insurance
don't know.
up from.
Where do we end? Where do we end with this?
That's just the increase by going from 90 to 100. I'm not talking about the 90% coverage
Do we want
for
to talk
health
about the
insurance, which
price
is
of
far
eggs?
more.
What about the price of eggs? You know what I mean? It's like, yeah, stuff goes up, and we manage to pay things, or we do without certain things. It's not, to me, it's not meaningful
Okay.
until you see the whole picture.
Yeah, I'd like to move on. Evan, would you continue, please?
Sure.
I do agree with you. This should be informational as much as we can to ask questions. so that we can take this home and cogitate a little more. And then when we choose, bring back topics. Commissioner
Mr. Miller,
Gossett?
one quick question here. Quick question. There is a liability insurance line in administration. Is that covering just administrative staff, or I'm just curious, the reason I'm asking is our current situation with the city dock that's closed, there are greater ability for liability at that. I don't know if this is where it covered, or that needs to be considered in going forward.
Yeah, we do have a separate policy for the canal dock. I'm not exactly sure where that is budgeted, but we can bring that information back in a future
Thank you.
meeting.
And I do want to make note, moving forward, we do have the department heads here for all of these other budgets, like IT, whatnot. So if you have a question of the director or department head, just please feel free and we'll bring them up.
Okay. Go ahead and continue.
Sure. So next is information technology. So again, we discussed this at the first budget meeting, but we promoted the support technician to endpoint administrator and are currently in the process of hiring a replacement support technician. Largest account, one of the largest accounts is the maintenance contracts at $252,000. So this is where we have Tyler that supports Munis, Esri, which is our GIS platform, Adobe. We also contract with Advantech, and then we have Microsoft licenses, et cetera. Cell phones, we do have a number of city cell phones for city staff in addition to Cradle Points that we use, for example, for connectivity for boardwalk security cameras. So that's budgeted at $60,000. Telephone, that's $100,000. So that's our Ring Central program that we use. Crown Castle, so fiber installation, leasing, fiber installations, and then Verizon as well. And then software and licenses at $30,000, that's Hootsuite and Code 2. I think there's also some other minor licenses and software in there. But as Taylor had mentioned, Max Hamby is here to answer any specific questions you might have.
Mayor, if I could.
Commissioner Thayer?
Are you adding a position in this department?
Yes.
This is a budgeted new position, so we are not hiring another position until you approve that.
Okay, so what's, I guess for clarification purposes, what's in the budget? I'm looking at the IT budget. What's in the IT budget? Is the new position in the IT budget?
Correct.
Okay.
So there's a total of 4 positions in this budget. The current budget, there are 3.
All right.
And currently we have the network administrator position vacant. He retired. So we are currently trying to fill that position.
Okay, maybe you can just briefly walk me through the 4 positions.
Sure.
The 3 existing, the new, looks like somebody moved between positions, and then, you know, sell me on why you need a new position.
Sure. I think Max would be best to sell you on the new position, but I will go through the positions. So director, which is Max Hamby, and then the other current employee, Brant. So he had been our help desk tech for quite a long while. We did promote him to an endpoint administrator position, which is more of what he does, related to all the different IT aspects, and Max can talk a little bit more about that. But then we have the network engineer, and then we're looking to backfill the help desk tech.
Correct. Brant moved over from the tech support position.
Just give me 1 second. I can only type so fast. So Brant he was the support tech.
Correct.
Okay. All right, so I got, and just bear with me, so I got IT director, endpoint admin, network engineer, and help desk tech. But I see support technician. Which of those 4 was the support technician?
That's the help desk.
The help desk. It's desktop support technician is what it was originally.
Okay, great, thank you.
Mayor?
Okay.
Are you done, Craig?
I think Max is gonna walk through the 4 positions and
Okay.
try and sell us on
Okay.
the new position he wants. So could he do that first? Before Commissioner?
May I
Okay,
add,
great.
just, Mayor, just, I think that we have to look very carefully. We're growing this department by 33%. Wholly inappropriate after borrowing $5.5 million. I'm distressed, Mr. Tedder, that the staff decided this was an appropriate move. We keep escalating salaries, benefits, the number of personnel. It's out of control. Our growth rate exceeds the federal government, as if that's possible, to go from under 28 million to almost 44 million in just 4 fiscal years. So both this position and the full-time planner, to me, we have to defer them at a minimum another year. And, I have faith that Brandt, in his new, more administrative position, can manage the duties that he was carrying out when he was the support tech, with some maybe assistance from, the other 2 employees. So I hope others are concerned that we're growing the IT department by 33%, by a third. We're adding, from 3 full-time employees to 4. Every time we add full-time employees, we're growing the benefits because we are generous in our benefits at their existing levels.
Thank you. Craig, back to
Yeah,
Max.
thank you.
Just to answer that question, as Taylor mentioned, City Manager, we are currently working with 2 people because one of our network engineer has retired. So we have 2 people doing all the work that 3 people were doing before, at the same time that we are adding 10 police cars or 12 police cars over the next year. Additionally, we are adding more people, more devices. We are attempting to move into more efficient line processes using the technology that we have by expanding into cloud-based processes, security systems. So once again, all of those things go together require more people to manage them, ultimately. So, for example, the police cars are autonomous from us. So they're out on the road, we don't have any connectivity. That means somebody's got to physically go to them to research issues that we have with the police vehicles. So once again, if we are dealing with a 20-car fleet, it would be disadvantageous for us to not fold that into our processes and time constraints. Does that answer that question?
That's a good question.
Thank you. Craig, did he answer everything you wanted?
No.
Go ahead.
What else would you like?
If you could just.
Microphone.
Sorry, Ann. Sorry, Ms. Womack. I know you're the director, so if you could just walk through the responsibilities of the, and I apologize again, what's the new position?
The
Or you
new
have
position-
3, you're
the-
adding a 4th. What's the 4th you're looking to add?
The 4th is the replacement of the desktop support technician.
Okay. But my understanding is there's 3 budgeted positions currently, right?
Correct.
Okay.
There is.
You're adding a 4th. What's the 4th position you're adding? Which is the new one you're adding? I know it's not IT director.
So
it's
the
either
endpoint administrator
Okay, got it.
was already added before the last budget meeting where you said you wanted to approve all positions. So right now, we have endpoint administrator and director.
Correct.
On staff.
That's it.
And again, just for clarification purposes, right? We only have 2 people in the department, right?
Correct.
Okay, so we have 2 vacant positions. We've got a network engineer and a help desk tech.
Correct.
And I apologize, I'm being very deliberate here. So I believe you're requesting for the FY26 budget cycle to add another position in this department.
Correct.
And that new position is the,
The new body would fill the help desk tech.
okay. But help desk tech is a new position? Or that's one of the
That is
positions?
an existing position. The endpoint administrator was the new position.
Is the new position. Okay, great, okay, all right. Okay, so just walk me through, you gave me kind of high level. What does an endpoint admin do, network engineer, help desk tech, just real high level, what do these 3 people do?
So the desktop support technician, I'll start at the bottom and work our way up. So they are generally the Johnny on the spot. So they are the person that's going to show up at your desktop to help you sort out an issue with your mail, your documents, et cetera. I will say that all people in the department fulfill that role to some extent, but they are our first point of contact for our help desk.
Okay.
So going up from that, we'd have the endpoint administrator. Now, once again, very similar concept, but this is somebody who is more focused on the management of our fleets. So think of our desktop fleets, our mobile fleets like our iPad, our phones, our laptops. So we have moved into an MDM, mobile device management system, which also has a mobile application management system built into it. So we have moved into that, and that is how we are managing our fleet. So that is how we are able to do more with less people.
Okay.
So that is his role. He will somewhat manage some of the duties of the support technician. The network engineer is, once again, more focused on the network itself, making sure that we have connectivity in all locations with all of our facilities, that the security in the network is built in. He's there to help reroute or help engineer where we have new locations to pull in, to connect to. And once again, making that more efficient. That's firewalls. That is more of an infrastructure type role. So we call him a network engineer. He's also doing server patching, server management, that sort of thing. So moving somewhat into the systems administration role, but we both share that role. I not only am the director, but I'm also doing about 75% of the systems administration work. So that's more high level. That's GIS, that's database administration, that is queries, that is specialized lines of businesses or process development. I'm not sure how far you want to go. That's also management of the department, et cetera.
No, that's good. What about the support of, Munis? Is your team responsible for the support of Munis?
We're a little more involved than I'd like, but yes, we are the frontline response for Munis.
Okay.
Now, if it is something that is more intrinsic to, like very specialized line of business, and I'll just say utility billing. We do not work that production. We know about it. We know how it's set up to some degree, but we do not work in that production, and I would not, unless it is a very minor issue that they're having or a minor enhancement, I would probably defer to Munis support for that.
Okay. So, Mr. Tedder, when we talk about, project management, for example, right? Who would help, with the deployment of project management? It would not be our internal IT, it would be
So actually,
your
that's
team?
typically Max.
Yes, that's me.
That's
So
typically
if
Max.
if it's a project related to IT, he spends a lot of his time on project management, and he is our leading Munis expert.
So who would do the configuration in that case? Would it be you would do the configuration?
Correct.
Okay.
We would typically work with, in the case of Munis, we would typically work with an implementation consultant. That's their side of the equation. I'm the project manager for our side.
Okay. So not for now, but for the next meeting, one of the things that, we have talked about some enhancements to the accounting system that I would like to see, right? Give us better information, more detailed information. I'd like to understand timing of getting that deployed. Who's going to deploy it? Sounds like Max would be part of that deployment. What are the resources we may or may not need? Follow-up question for you is outsourcing. So have you looked at outsourcing the help desk or any of these, support roles, right? 'Cause really, endpoint admin, network engineer, help desk tech, as you've described them all, have some sort of, support responsibility. So have you looked at, potentially outsourcing any of those?
Absolutely. So we believe that we would have a hard time outsourcing our support desk because that covers such a wide range of issues and services. For example, our SCADA systems, our network, these are some of the things could be handled, but a lot of these things require intrinsic knowledge of what we're doing, and the scope of what we do is so broad, it would be hard to bring a team in that kind of does all of that or is aware of all of that.
And on the cost side, we did do a fairly rigorous analysis with a, what do you call them, a managed services company?
Yep, managed service
related to IT to completely, it's called co-manage, so we'd still have, you know, our IT director kind of leading the show, but it would outsource the help desk and potentially network work, and it was significantly more expensive, like hundreds of thousands more.
Correct. I will say that I'm open to it, and I'm looking at all different flavors, but I'm looking more at a managed service for somebody like the network administrator at this point, only because that it seems to fit in well with, you know, certain tiers of their service regarding the scope of work that our previous network engineer was doing.
Okay. You know, I go into this budget process, I'm going to be very honest with you. I mean, I go into this budget process, there have been a lot of comments that have been made both this morning as well as during this budget process where we've seen, you know, our budget literally explode over the last, you know, 6-7 years. So I do come into this budget process with significant reluctance on approving any new positions. So I appreciate you taking the time to walk me through the details. Don't interpret that as, you know, I'm not willing to approve. You know, I'm supporting or I'm not supporting, and I'm just letting you know where I'm at because, you know, we have seen this budget explode. And, you know, not only we need to get it under control, but we've got to control, you know, not just get it under control for today, but we've got to get it under control going forward. So thank you. That was all the questions I had. Thank you, Mayor.
Yeah, a question, Max, I'm sorry, won't let you go too quickly. Just to, if you will, you mentioned that phrase, SCADA. What exactly is that for us?
So that is the management network for our utilities. So our wastewater and our water utilities all are, you know, it's telemetry. It is pulling a telemetry out of all of our pieces of equipment so that we can see that, A, they're running or not, how they're running, you know, the mixture of chemicals, et cetera. And I won't speak to what all can be done with it because I just manage the network sort of side of that. So.
But that leads me to the question, could you, including that type of application, how many users are you responsible for to support?
I would say we're probably, all that stuff, I mean, we're probably somewhere around 120 to 100-ish.
Now is that bodies or is that also like SCADA and, you know, monitoring of?
That is just bodies.
That's
So
just bodies.
if we're talking about pieces of equipment, I'll be honest with you, I would struggle to give you an accurate number at this point, but it would be more of the lines of hundreds of pieces of equipment for those networks alone. I can't give you an immediate count because once again, we've been in a series of upgrades for most of these utilities for the past 4 or 5 years, which has required them sticking in lots of equipment or replacing lots of equipment, and you know, a lot of the information hasn't quite made it to us in that situation.
And if I may, what would be the impact if this position were not approved?
We're already, you know, my day has been running from thing to thing, you know, and then also trying to take in consideration that I need to speak today here. So I seem to have timed it right, but we're running around the building. We're playing catch up. We're not being proactive.
So you're basically in a worker bee position as opposed to a leadership position?
I am spending 75% of my day doing operational duties, if not more.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Max. Did you have?
Mayor, I just have a whole problem with how inefficient we are. We were supposed to be able to go line by line and eliminate some of these things if we so chose. Instead, we're looking at a situation where we're promoting someone, we have a vacant position that will be filled, that's part of the budget. It seems like an odd time to increase the department by 33%. Why can't we give the new hire the ability to figure out if that's really necessary to have this, the systems assistant or the tech assistant that Brandt is, he's leaving because he's being promoted. I mean, ironically, this is the day that Meta is laying off 5% of its workforce, and yet it is managing to, it anticipates doing all of the tasks it was previously doing just with almost 4,000 fewer engineers. So I'm very worried about this. We're not getting anything done. We need to go line by line. Mayor, you said yourself we're allowed to vote. So I lost on the health insurance. I think it's time to make the hard decision here that we should defer this new position until fiscal year 2027 based on getting a new individual who might be more productive and more creative about how to obviate replacing Brandt. And, if necessary, on some days, Brandt will perform some duties that he previously did. And I'm hearing that, yeah, the police cruiser equipment is more complex, but, there's a learning curve. You all hopefully will get some experience pretty quickly, and that won't be as time-consuming as you anticipate. Let's hope. Like, I'd like to make a motion that this is not the year. This is running up your salaries alone. That's before the medical insurance. Salaries alone are being run up by over $100,000 in the IT department, and this seems like a bad time. I'm making a motion right now that we not hire an additional IT department employee.
Question?
Commissioner Saunders?
My question is, I believe though, do we not get another chance at the end to see how much money we either have, plus or minus, and then make the decision? Wouldn't it be wiser, Suzanne, to have, if we're short, definitely this would be a place to hit. But if we have an excess, why not fill it while we have the money?
We have a tax base of 3,400 parcels approximately. It's like we have a known tax base, but we're running City Hall like our tax base is growing. And it's the way we've grown City Hall, both in number of personnel and budget. I don't have a problem when we need more workers to carry out necessary tasks, the street department. I'm not concerned, we need to replace those workers. I'm looking at an administration which keeps growing at inappropriate growth rates. And it has since we moved here year-round in 2017. And it's been this incremental growth. I understand now, we added an assistant city manager, I guess, about 4 years ago, and he's done a great job. That's not the problem. But we have more personnel than ever before, and yet we keep growing it for a town which doesn't have a growing tax base. I mean, you taxed us more last August with the property taxes. You're hitting people with additional fees. The hotels and rental property owners are suffering because you raised those rates on them. There are a lot of things that we just because we think we balance the budget later. That's not a reason to have taxpayers pay for things we don't need. I don't believe we need a fourth IT employee.
Well, I disagree with you. I'm not the best one to judge what the needs are in the department. And I've got faith in Max as the department head, as well as it also being vetted by the city manager and the assistant city manager. So I would vote against restricting that this year. But is there anybody that's willing to second?
If I may make a comment real quick, just to speak to your comment, we're not adding people because, for example, the police cars are too complex. We're adding 10 to 12 cars. It's just a matter of the amount of devices, places that we need to be. So,
I mean, 10 cars, 40 hours a week for a dedicated person. I understand. I appreciate that you do all, work hard. But when someone is promoted for more responsibility, as Brandt has been, that's fine. That's great. Of course, with a commensurate salary increase, I assume. I mean, I haven't looked at all the details. But that seems like a strange time to then grow the entire department. And the same thing happened, like the communications department, even the mayor was against having a half-time assistant there. Like, if the communications director is on vacation for a week, the sky will not fall if we're not informed of a few things. And so this has been endemic in City Hall, to keep adding personnel when the size of the town is not measurably increasing. And it's worrisome to me. I mean,
Mayor, if I
the
could,
amount of
please.
debt each person is carrying in this town is unacceptable.
Suzanne, we have a motion on the floor. Is there a second? If not, the motion dies. Let's move on. Commissioner Markert?
Just have one brief question. I myself, if I'm going to worry about anything, I am certainly concerned about. I'm certainly concerned about network security and the fact that we rely more and more on the network and remote locations and security and all that kind of stuff. I mean, we were very fortunate as a city. I know numerous situations, some personally, with regard to ransomware and all that kind of thing. And the fact that, in this particular environment, we need to be absolutely fortified in multiple ways in order to make sure that we can operate securely. So to me, this is not like a interchangeable positions of let the new guy figure it out kind of situation. We need expertise. To me, this is not an area to be cutting corners, and I wouldn't support any reduction in what this department does. That's my story.
Commissioner Gossett?
Just to confirm on the positions, we have Director, Network Engineer, Endpoint Administrator, and Support Tech.
That would be the final, yes.
And you currently are the Director, and Brandt is in the position of
Endpoint Administrator.
Endpoint. And the Network Engineer has retired, and you are looking to fill that position.
Correct.
And the new position is the Support Tech or Desktop Help person.
That's correct.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you, Max. I think that's it.
Thank you.
We appreciate it. What's next? Building and licensing?
Sure. So in the Building and Licensing Department, we touched on this briefly at the last meeting, but we are proposing the hiring of a city planner. We currently have 3 on-call contracts with Wallace Montgomery to provide planning assistance. Those 3 contracts are for the mayor and commissioners. Largely, that was a holdover from the comprehensive development plan. We have 1 contract for support to the Planning Commission and a 3rd contract to provide support for the Building and Licensing Department. There is attached to the agenda as a support document a job description for the city planner. So that information is provided. As it relates to projects, really the one main project is the mixed-use zoning ordinance task force. So $37,000 was the scope of work for FY26, which we've included in the budget. And then additionally, the upcoming budget would support efforts to conduct inspections for existing permits of compliance and then also the grease traps. So that was part of our fog ordinance that we adopted a number of years ago. And then finally, code updates. So we have the comprehensive development plan coming up, but then also other code updates. Some of the commissioners may recall back when we developed the comprehensive development plan, there were a total of 22 code items that were identified through those efforts. So in addition to not just those code items that were identified as part of the CDP, there's other code amendments that the Building and Licensing Department has had a focus on. And so Director Gray will be bringing forward to you all sort of an organized list of those code updates for your review, input, and prioritization at a later date.
Mayor, if I could.
Commissioner Thayer?
Okay, so it's my understanding that one of the justifications for hiring the planner would be to either reduce or eliminate Wallace Montgomery fees. So where are the Wallace Montgomery fees in here that are being reduced, and being reduced by how much?
Sure. I don't have the exact account numbers, but I have some of the existing scopes of work that I could go through with you all. I think they would be budgeted
It's
or.
in mayor and commissioners, building and licensing, and I believe in admin.
Yes, I think that's right.
And so we did reduce all of those fees. We didn't completely eliminate them because there would be some overlap.
When you say there would be some overlap.
Before we could get someone on board,
Okay.
perhaps, or while they're getting up to speed.
And what's the budget salary for this planner position?
You have that?
I put it 70,000 as the budgeted salary.
Okay. And you're comfortable you can hire at that level? What level, talk to me a little bit about the experience requirements specifically.
If Mary Ellen's here, she'd actually
Sure.
be a little bit better at that then.
And while Mary Ellen's getting prepared to address that, I'll just go through the existing scopes that we had with Wallace Montgomery. So we had, for the mayor and commissioners, $5,000. That's a maximum limit of $5,000 for their support. For the planning commission, maximum of $50,000, and for building and licensing, $55,000.
That is the reduction, or that's what's remaining in the budget?
That was the reduction, or at least that's existing scope of works that we've executed with Wallace Montgomery to provide planning services to those three different groups. So by hiring the planner, we're hoping to eliminate, or we're seeking to eliminate those funds.
Okay.
Can I interject here? So the comparison of a new city planner at 70,000, how much total have we budgeted for Wallace Montgomery? What's the comparison there?
So in mayor and commissioners, we took the 5,000 down to 2,500.
25? Wow.
And then
What I'm trying to get at is the $70,000 planner cheaper ultimately than a subcontractor?
I think there's about 20,000 in maintenance contracts and admin. And I
Planning
think,
commission was 20?
yeah,
Okay, thank you.
and I think that's it.
Okay, so,
Go ahead.
yeah, so lots of numbers being thrown around here, because I heard mayor and commissioners 5,000 to 2,500, but I thought Evan said that it was a reduction in the mayor and commissioners by 5,000. So I'm just trying to understand the total amount that was reduced in the budget for hiring this position.
So right now, there's $22,500 versus $150 for Wallace Montgomery, plus the cost of the planner.
Okay, so it was 150, you're taking it down to 22.5.
Yeah, and so the planner plus the 22.5, 92,500 instead of 150,000.
Okay. So let's just kind of talk from a practical perspective here, which is you're going to hire, she's going to get into the qualifications, but we're going to hire somebody, for 70 grand who's probably doesn't have a lot of experience, certainly isn't going to know the city code. I would anticipate there would be some amount of time that would be required to get this person up to speed. What's your thought on, getting that person up to speed? I mean, is it 6 months? Is it 9 months? Because I would say that you're reducing Wallace Montgomery. It kind of feels like you're hiring a planner and reducing Wallace Montgomery, but you're still going to need to use Wallace Montgomery because the planner isn't going to be able to do the job yet.
Right. And it depends when they come online. So I would think 6 months.
So they need at least 6 months of ramp time.
Mm-hmm.
How about, I think there's always pros and cons to Wallace Montgomery consultant, but I'm guessing we have somebody who's pretty experienced versus replacing that with a junior person. What are the risks of that?
I think Mary Ellen can speak to this, but I do think Wallace Montgomery knows our code. They know how our city works. You know, it's just a preference. I know that I've heard comments from some commissioners that you know, they'd like us to reduce fees related to consultants, so this was one shot at that.
Mayor?
So is Marilyn going to address?
Yeah, if you could.
Sure, I'm happy to do that. Mary Ellen Gray, Planning Community Development Director. So to tag team to further expand on City Manager Tedder's comments. So I think it is a preference, and also the Wallace Montgomery or any contractor, the advantage of going with a consultant is that you have, certainly the current consultant that we work with, Nick Wallace, has been working with the city for a number of years. And we also have the advantage of a deep bench with any consultant. So he's familiar with our code and the way the city works, as City Manager Tedder indicated. And then you also have the deep bench of other planners within their company. So and I think 6 months would probably be a fair amount of time. The challenge to any position, should this position be moved forward with, is the unknown of when a position can be filled and the talent pool out there. So my vision, should this move forward, would be to get what would be called a planner 2, and this position description is written more towards a planner 2, but it can be kind of stretched or contracted depending upon what applicants we have. The way the position is written, it looks at least 2 to 5 years of related work experience. I would prefer to have somebody with an AICP, which is American Institute of Certified Planners, or somebody that is on that track, somebody who's had experience, somebody not right out of school, but somebody, key for me, somebody who could write and somebody who can think planning. I've trained a number of people in my various positions, and somebody who is a good planner can learn the code. So I'm not as concerned about learning the code, but I'm more concerned about, can they think planning? Can they do they think as a planner, and can they write? And can they interact with people and interact with elected officials and interact with staff and interact with the community? So that would be somebody that candidate that I would be looking for.
The, yeah, what benefits for a position, roughly?
The total cost of benefits is, medical always depends on, do they have a family, whatever. We budget that about 25,000 because it could go up or down from there.
Okay. Okay, so around, between the salary and the benefits, about 100,000. There's probably some other associated costs, indirect costs we're not talking about here. Potential reduction of 127. One of the, I think my concern is, I've got a lot of concerns, but I think my big concern would be experience versus inexperience. We're going to have this 6 month where, we're going to be paying Wallace Montgomery and we're going to be paying the planner. Right now, we've got, Wallace Montgomery's pretty busy because there's a lot of projects going on. We know from history that ebbs and flows. So do we end up in a situation 3 years from now where, we're spending 20 grand with Wallace Montgomery because we only have one project, and we're spending probably 125 at that point on a position where we've given increases. So to me, the math just doesn't work. The math doesn't work, and very concerned about the experience, the experience level of the position we'd get with a planner too. So this is something I probably don't support. I do have a lot of concerns about Wallace Montgomery, right? They've been missing a lot of deadlines the last couple of months, which have been causing delays with Planning Commission, Board of Adjustment. and of misunderstanding this, please correct me. So I think we've got an issue we have to deal with with Wallace Montgomery specifically. But as far as this position, I just don't think it makes sense. So, okay.
And that's perfectly fine. Really, the only position that's critical for us is the IT position. We can continue using Wallace Montgomery, of course. And you're right, the less work we have, the less we pay.
Yeah.
Commissioner Good?
That's heartening to hear, Mr. Cheddar, because, I mean, you know, neither you nor any of the employees have any reason not to approve new positions. I mean, you grow City Hall, you grow, you know, the prestige, whatever. My concern here is that we added Ms. Gray in October 2023 with a view at the time to reduce our reliance on consultants, but that hasn't happened. I have just from late January of last year, 2024, until November 13th of 2024. So that's only like 9 months. We spent $122,000 on Wallace Montgomery. You have to add to that mixed-use consultancy that I tried to have canceled of either 46 or 47,000. So my concern is we have Ms. Gray as the director of the department. Maybe Ms. Gray needs to get certified in some of these qualifications that you seek for this planner. Then what we really need is not a director of the department, we need the planner, and Ms. Gray is welcome to apply for that position. But we have, by 100%, if we have a planner and Ms. Gray, we've doubled the positions that are brand new to City Hall. We have, last I checked, we have almost 115 full-time personnel, which is way up. So do you have any, ideas to try to get the planner who really might reduce the Wallace Montgomery dependence? But I'm not clear why we need a department head if we need the actual, actual skills of a planner. Most of this town is already built out. I've never been clear why we need so much planning to begin with.
Well, I think I have a couple comments in response to that, Commissioner. So I don't know if you recall prior to Ms. Gray starting with the city, but prior to that, we had the chief building inspector supervising the department. And what we quickly realized is the workload that comes with being a building inspector, specifically the chief building inspector, and the responsibility that he has to the Board of Adjustment and to the Planning Commission, really did not have the time to be able to dedicate, the effort that needs to be put into not only, conduct his work and prepare the reports, to move the department forward, to initiate new projects and efforts to kind of streamline process and procedure, but also really to supervise the department effectively. So I know at the time that this position was proposed, Mr. Christian also included within the organizational chart a plan for a planner sometime in the future in addition to this position. I think the other thing that I would add too is that at least what I've seen is, when Ms. Gray started, certainly the department did not have the amount of work that we currently have, not just with the pending hotel projects, commercial projects, and redevelopment, but also with the strategic solutions process that we're trying to implement, trying to make the department more efficient and effective and increase processes or improve processes. But ultimately, we needed somebody like Ms. Gray and her expertise to really kind of move this department forward, not just to be a planner or a planning resource. And so, again, I think it's more than just the qualifications. I think it's just so much that the department is currently trying to implement and move forward that really, the planner was just an opportunity that we brought forward as a way to kind of reduce the consultant fees. As we said, if there's no desire to reduce the consultant and hire in-house, and certainly we can, pull back on hiring in-house and remain with the consultant.
Well, you're not really giving us a path forward to save any money. I mean, and I think that's a shame. And we are automating, building and licensing we are at great expense. We're purchasing, better systems to expedite permits and all of that. So I'm not sure why building and licensing in perpetuity needs all this, will need all this supervision. Like, it's leaving me thinking that there's just this tendency to grow City Hall because you can. And Mr. Tedder, I'm afraid since you arrived, that, you know, that has sort of been the theme. I mean, the strategic planning initiative that you did for 28,000, have we seen any benefit from that? I think not.
Mayor, if I could, please.
Commissioner
Saunders.
Commissioner Saunders, and then
Yeah, thank you.
I just think that this is probably the low-hanging fruit, and I think we probably could eliminate this and move on, and you could, you're welcome to bring it back next year. Yeah. That's just my opinion.
So I make a motion that
wait a
we,
minute, Craig
Oh,
has the floor
sorry.
next. Mr. Thier?
Thank you, Mayor. So I want to comment on what Commissioner Good just said, but before they do that, I do have a follow-up question specifically about the budget. So there was a reference to code amendments, the CDP, and code amendments from the CDP. Is there money budgeted in here for that?
So the code amendments, we had the $100,000 in admin, which is just general code amendments. So that can be zoning code amendments, that could be other code amendments. So certainly we'd like to tap into that resource, but for the most part, it was just, you know, the staff salaries are going to help pay for the time and effort related to prioritizing and, you know, presenting that information to the commissioner. So.
Okay. So I think you answered my question. My question really was around, I wanted to confirm we were not double counting money, right? We've got the 100K. What I would like to see is, you know, we need a strategy here, right? My preference would not be we, you know, potentially hire someone to help us do code amendments, you know, broader code amendments over time, cleaning up the code, and then having someone else within the city, you know, working independently on code amendments. Everything needs to be coordinated, okay? That would be my preference. Again, I'm just thinking from a logical, how you would approach, you know, a work perspective. So you're nodding your head, so I think you're in agreement with what I'm suggesting or asking that.
Yes.
Yes, okay, all right, great. I want to go back to Commissioner Good. So I think Commissioner Good raises some good questions, and I kind of hit on one, right? I mean, I think I could make the argument now, and I'm not going to get into it, that we've got a building and licensing department that's not working, okay? And whether it's you know, the director or whether it's Wallace Montgomery missing deadlines, we've had some important deadlines missed over the last couple of months, which have resulted in the delays of both the Planning Commission meeting and taking action, as well as the Board of Adjustment meeting and taking action. There's probably other things as well, and I don't want to get into those. But I think it does, you know, raise a very important issue, which is Mr. Christian hired this position to, you know, improve the operations of this department. I don't use the term fix, right, to improve the operations of this department. And it's difficult from the position I'm sitting in today to say that the operations of that department have been fixed. So I think you need to go back and take a look at this department, and this department may need to be broken up and reorganized. I've always struggled with, you know, why does code enforcement report to building and licensing versus police? And for me, you know, that's my operations, my budgeting perspective, which is where when it comes to enforcement or really comes to anything, I like to be able to go to one person for accountability. And one of the things I hear in the community from residents is that they'll have an issue which they think is code, they'll call code, and code is like, well, that's a police issue, or vice versa. If they call one department, Chief Banks happens to be sitting right behind you. If they call Chief Banks's department, it's Chief Banks's problem to figure out who the right person is to deal with that issue. So I've always kind of struggled with that. You know, maybe there are just too many responsibilities in this department. Maybe there are too many varying responsibilities in this department, which make it hard to manage. But I think we've got to look at it. And, you know, kind of back to what Commissioner Good is saying, you know, there might be the opportunity to reduce some expenses in that department. So I'd look for you guys to take a look at that. And you know, I'd really like for you to come back to us at the next budget meeting, which would be the 21st. and provide us some thoughts.
Sounds good. Thank you.
Commissioner Good? Did you want to?
Well, I appreciate Commissioner Cheer, supporting some of what I said. I feel, though, again, the idea, there's a concept here, we're supposed to go line by line and approve or reject budget items. So I'm not sure why right now, although the support seems to be a bit tepid, like, I think there's concern that the planner right now, we have no guarantee it will reduce Wallace Montgomery consulting fees. Certainly, the director of the department has not managed to reduce those fees. So I would like to make a motion that we reject this new planning position, or the city planner position for fiscal year 2026, have it over and done with, so the documents are revised in time for the meeting on February 21st.
If, just to clarify, if Commissioner Good is talking solely the elimination of the new planner position that was just discussed, I will second that motion.
We have a motion by Commissioner Suzanne Good and a second by Commissioner Craig Thayer to eliminate the hiring of a city planner as noted for the fiscal year 26 budget. Is there any additional discussion? If not, we'll do a roll call vote. Commissioner Mark Saunders,
Yes.
Commissioner Suzanne Good,
Aye.
Commissioner Patrick Gossett,
Aye.
Commissioner Craig Thayer,
Yes.
and the chair votes aye also. The motion carries unanimously among those here. Thank you,
Great, we'll get
Suzanne.
that updated. Moving on to communications.
Sure. So, and Lynn is with us today too. So, she included a couple highlights. So again, the new city's website is set to launch on the 12th. So we're just a couple days away. I want to thank Lynn for all her efforts on that. It's been a tremendous amount of work. Also, we did hire the new position, the part-time communications assistant, which is working out very well. And then we do hire a freelance photographer. We do that every other year to take photos throughout the year. A lot of the photos that you actually see included within this PowerPoint was taken by that photographer. So moving forward to the FY26 budget, so we do have Reach Out Rehoboth budgeted in there. That's a $12,000 annual fee. We do have the contracted videographer that performs the filming and editing of the monthly TEDR Talks at $640 a month. And then maintenance and ongoing training for the new AI search tool on the city website is $12,000 annually. We've participated in a couple training sessions or kind of demos of that AI search tool, and we think it'll be a big benefit to the city website to help, get answers to questions quickly and hopefully cut down on unnecessary phone calls. That's all we have to present. Again, Lynn is here to answer any questions you might have.
Commissioner Gossett?
Yes, thank you, Vin. Your comment of the part-time individual working out well, could you expand on that a little bit of just what those responsibilities are or what, has happened with that
Yeah,
position?
and I'll let Lynn chime in, but Aaron has been a great asset with helping roll out a employee newsletter, which is something new that we have never done before. I've heard a lot of really good comments internally about that newsletter. Also, she's put together a lot of neat kind of professional documents for us. We've been able to send Aaron some information, some budget information, for example, and she's been able to put together some really great graphics and flyers and things like that. Certainly assistance with social media posting and press releases. Lynn, I'll kind of turn it over to you. So.
Evan, you hit exactly on the points. I would have hit on, Aaron works about 20 hours a week for us, and I would say the internal communication is something we did not have time to handle previously. We're trying to be more active and present on social media sites. That is something that often falls to the wayside when other communication responsibilities come up. So Erin has been able to dedicate time to that. And she is a very strong graphics person and has been able to put together professional documents for us.
Anything else?
Mayor?
Yes, if I may, with regards to the launch of the new website, which we're excited about, has it been established, is the responsibility of the website updating and departmental updates and what have you, is that going to fall into communications, or has that been determined or will change from what we're currently doing?
It's going to be a collaborative effort for sure. I envision that the communications department will be responsible for making the actual changes, but we, of course, will rely on the departments to let us know when information needs to be updated. We may not always know that something has changed or needs additional information.
Commissioner Good?
Thank you, Ms. Cohn. I noticed that there's an even larger than 33% run-up in medical insurance for communications. Does that reflect either that you had to add dependents or that, I know, normally Ms. Corcoran, since she's working under 30 hours a week, she's not eligible for medical insurance, but do you know why there's such a huge run-up in your department?
I don't know. I haven't made any changes personally.
And my other issue has been the case for several years. I feel that Reach Out Rehoboth draws from such a large area. So, you know, from a lot of the input is from folks who happen to live in 19971 but don't live within city limits. And while their views are of some interest, I've never felt that paying, granted it's only $12,000 a year, but I don't think it's a good use of Rehoboth Beach taxpayer funding to offer a website where, people can comment anonymously, they can be from wherever, from California, and maybe happen to visit a friend here once. I would like that website disabled, especially since we're spending this huge amount of money to roll out a new city website. I think what would be more useful if the city, and we've been asking for this for years, to create a listserv of residents similar to some of the emergency alerts we were getting during COVID. So, you know, you're a full-time employee with the city. You could send some sort of like that lines in the sand, as you called it, send that by email to each property owner, business owner. And I'm seeing less of that than we saw during COVID. And that doesn't mean we necessarily need it, but it would be at no additional cost to taxpayers. It would be part of, you know, you could just use the city's servers to carry this out. So those would be my thoughts in trying to rein it. Now that you've added, as of, I guess, April of 2024, a half-time employee?
She started in September,
September,
actually,
okay.
but
Well,
yeah.
I know some on this board, I wasn't on the board at the time, were not in favor of adding a half-time, you know, assistant, but we have one, and that's something I think we should reconsider. I understand she's a recent college graduate, but I would like you to inform us if for some reason she takes another job. That's the sort of position that I think is discretionary and we don't need. I agree with those who were not in favor of having you have basically a half-time assistant. When you know, the city has not always had a communications director. There were some years when we didn't.
Okay, thank you for that. And if I could address your Reach Out Rehoboth concerns, I know that tool has been embraced tepidly, perhaps, by the city. It is a very powerful communication tool that we haven't tapped into fully, and that may be fine, but that doesn't mean that it hasn't served the city well. It is the way that we share information about ongoing projects. So there are several project pages, the beach patrol, the various city projects. That is how the city has chosen to share updates about projects. At the same time, the the whole reason for embracing Reach Out Rehoboth was because we understood that the city and commissioners in particular wanted to be able to hear from more citizens. And in that way, I think that Reach Out Rehoboth has been effective. For example, the traffic survey that was done as part of the traffic and parking study, there were 665 responses. 333 of them came from city stakeholders, either a property owner, a resident, or business owner. That represents more than 20% of our full-time residents. That's a pretty good response rate to hear from 20% of your population. And then with the strategic plan survey, again, we had 255 responses. We know that 197 of them were city stakeholders, and that represents about 12% of the total population. Again, in presenting the information, our strategic planning consultant noted that a 4% response rate of the population is fairly typical of those kinds of open voluntary response surveys. I did want to mention that we also currently have open on our ADA transition plan page. We're accepting comments related to things and accommodations that people with disabilities and organizations who work with people with disabilities would like to see the city improve. We opened that in early January. We'll be closing it at the end of February, and we currently have 19 responses from organizations, some of them very in-depth.
No, I understand. I just don't think the engagement is as effective or as high as Nextdoor or the city's Facebook page where you get, comments. And I know it's only $12,000, but, if you're trying to cut a budget, to me, you're also getting some of the same people commenting, and so you're getting sort of a biased sample to me. And I did look at the responses to that $200,000 traffic and parking study that we might as well have put a torch to that money. Opinions were all over the map, but the problem is we were elected, and we do hear from constituents either by running into them on the boardwalk or by emailing them or cell phone. But the feedback you get on Reach Out Rehoboth is not reliable to make decisions, to me. So
well,
I hope,
it's certainly varied.
Feeling that the Reach Out Rehoboth has been ineffectual.
But 20% is a great response rate.
A lot of the responses were very specific. In fact, they weren't even, they happened to be one minor issue or aspect. What the respondent said was not even, sometimes wasn't even germane to the question you posed. It was some like, I've noticed that some people's trash bin, on the parking study, they would talk about some obstacle in the road or something. So I know that you're expressing confidence in that website. Does anyone else have any concerns that Reach Out Rehoboth has not been a good use of taxpayer money?
Mayor, may I answer that?
Commissioner Saunders?
I'm just concerned that the percentages, anybody can say they're from the city. I noticed that, is there some security on there? How do we know that those people are really city residents?
Sure.
Because like Commissioner Good, I don't really care what people on the other highway think about our parking.
So we put a lot of thought into that question in developing registration for the Reach Out Rehoboth site. That was a concern that commissioners expressed from the very get-go. We thought about different ways of just somehow narrowing it to city residents only. Our feeling was that there are going to be times...
not just residents, but owners.
Stakeholders. There are going to be times that we want to hear from other people, from visitors, for example. And people move, so keeping up with the database of which resident is in which house. So what we decided to do was to try to create a registration system that identified as accurately as possible city stakeholders. So it's a 2-question, and we only ask 2 questions. We ask them what their relationship to the city is. and they can choose, I live in the city, I live in the area, I just visit, whatever. The second question asks them to pick out on the map, if they say that they live or own property or own a business in the city, where in these 9 identified neighborhoods they do. And so that second question acts as a check. I will tell you that there are people who say they live in the city and then they don't select a place. They are not counted as a stakeholder. There are other people who say that they visit and then they select a place on the map because maybe they visit that area. We don't count them as a stakeholder either. So
That diminishes the effect of it, and I think it diminishes the value of it. I wish there was another, I'm all for having the system, but I wish there was a way that we could direct it to city stakeholders without the influence of the others.
I feel pretty confident that 95% of people who identify themselves as stakeholders are stakeholders.
You're more trusting than the average, person doing surveys and things. I don't know.
Any other questions for Lynn or communications?
Thank
Lynn.
you.
All right, police.
As we had mentioned at the last budget meeting, we did reach a tentative agreement on a 3-year union contract. As Max had alluded to earlier, we are taking steps to initiate a take-home vehicle program. So you will see the costs have increased in the auto lease accounts for this department. And then maintenance contracts is another large account, but it was restructured so that all of those contracts expire at the same time. Certainly that makes the renewal or the evaluation renewal a lot easier. So Axon, that is everything from the fleet to the tasers, interview rooms, and all through cloud storage. And then Flock Safety Cameras, which is a new program. From here, I will turn it over to the chief if there's anything that he would like to add or any questions from the commissioners.
Mayor, if I could. Oh, Mr. Saunders, go.
Commissioner Saunders?
I mean, maybe you can answer this very quickly, but Max had mentioned 12 new cars.
So that's in the auto lease line. So all public safety agencies in our area offer take-home vehicles, so we're trying to be competitive. It is,
I have no problem take home. I'm just saying, do we need 12 at a time? 12 new cars?
well, Chief can talk more about the numbers.
Well, yes, in order to get take-home program, we did say you have to be here and at least a PFC. So we try to give it like 2.5 years before, have to go to the academy and then be with us about 2 years. So combine about 2.5. So we don't give brand new people a car to get. But right now we've got such, the majority of the officers that are here now has been here for a while. So they're eligible for the take-home program. As it was mentioned, we're the only ones right now in Sussex County that does not have all but one in Sussex County that doesn't have a take-home program, and they're trying it now too. So with this, we'll get up to speed where other departments are for our retention of our officers and recruitment tool. As far as the answer, do we need that many cars? Yes, because a lot of them are under fleet. Art had to leave, but so I don't want to really speak for him, but a lot of them are out of warranty. We're having issues with them, so we were going to have to sit down and buy 4 or 5 anyway right off the get-go. And how we're doing it, we're using a lot of grant money to get the equipment inside the cars taken care of and all that. So the timing was kind of correct if we were going to do it now to try to save some money actually through some grant funding through the state that they had.
Hope we get a good deal on 12 at a time. Thank you.
Commissioner Thayer?
Thank you. So just follow-up question on Commissioner Saunders' question on the auto lease. So where will this put us, right? It's, the year over budget, year over year expense increase is pretty substantial. So does this get us where we need to be, or when we go to next year, we'll see, does this get us the number of cars that we're going to need, or are we going to need additional cars next year or the year after, whatever it may be?
Eventually, we're going to need some additional cars because the older ones are in running right now. But I think, in fairness, next year we probably get away with, if we get to 2, or the ones that are budgeted for this year, year's line item. Next year, we probably can do without any. And we will have 2 cars for backline vehicles if something breaks down, warranties, whatever the case may need to happen, or a summer officer has to go to court, or a transport a prisoner or things like that. So you're always going to need some extra vehicles just in case. But next year with this, I think we'll probably be able to skip a year. But the reality is you don't want to have to buy 12 at one time. So you want to sit there and try to pace it out. And we do have some older vehicles that are still running. So I think 2017 is our oldest one right now.
And they're off lease.
So they are all an equity lease, so they are still held with Enterprise Fleet Leasing for it's the for government program. So ultimately, we're not paying the payment on the ones that have been fully amortized, but we still have them. When we are able to start replacing vehicles, this will take us to the number that we need, the full number, but when we start replacing vehicles, the payments on the new vehicles will be less, of course, because of the equity in the current vehicle.
Okay. Correct. All right.
And the other thing, if I could just add, since we are going through the leasing program, anytime we do a certain amount of upfitting, we're required to put a percentage as a down payment for those upfits. So there is, a significant cost this year to upfit those vehicles to cover that down payment. But in future years, we will not have that expense. So that would reduce the total cost for 11 new vehicles. That's the total number of vehicles is 11. Total cost for just the upgrade or the down payment for the upfit is $124,000. So in next year's budget, that cost will go away, and we'll just have our monthly lease expense.
So that's like the cages, the lights, things of that nature. And then the grant funding that the chief is talking about is more of the technology in the cars, like the dash cam, computer. I'm sure there's other things. Radio.
Yeah, so the 124 that you mentioned, that's one time up front. So next year we would see, again, all things being held equal, we see this line item go down 124,000. Next question I had is on the maintenance contracts. I understand, I'm following what you're describing in the PowerPoint. I think my question really relates more to, when I'm comparing this to, actual spend or 2004 spend, it's a pretty big jump, right? It's just bear with me for a second. You probably follow what I'm seeing, right? So for 520-700, so just trying to understand, why the jump. Is there something new we're buying here in the maintenance contracts? You mentioned, restructuring to expire at the same time.
Yeah.
What causes that jump?
I'll definitely answer your question, but let me start off back with one thing with the Exxon maintenance contract that we did have to go ahead up and add in was our fleet. It covers our fleet in-car cameras, air, which is our drones, taser, so the kind of taser gun on our side. All of ours will expire this year in the middle. We had to buy all new ones, so that went up into the program. So our tasers, you can no longer, like a TAP program, update it or whatever. They're just going away from that program altogether. And once it's done, it's done. You buy new tasers and all that, add in the batteries and the training cartridges, which is very expensive. So that's added into this. That went up significantly just for that taser, because all our tasers have been paid for over 5 years. So just adding that into it went up significantly. That being said, the interview rooms are in it, body-worn cameras, the cloud storage, as it was mentioned. So over the 5-year contract that we negotiated, it's about $150,000, $151,000 a year. Annual savings is about $40,000. So over the contract is about $200,000 that's saved. And again, there's a few things that's tweaked in there with air, with taser, because we had another contract through another company. By going here, we can consolidate it and get a better price. And part of that, too, is the TAP program that we bought into. So after 2.5 years, they'll replace and update the in-car cameras, body-worn cameras, and interview rooms at no cost. So we'll be getting upgrades on that, too, automatically. Again, the taser on the side, they don't offer that. So that is one thing. Now, as far as the what's new is the flock safety, which is a license plate reader, which is $12,000 a year. So that's added into this maintenance contract. The one thing that's big that we've added more into this year is the Heart to Beat, which is our AED program. We have 36 units in the city, and that falls under the police department. So we maintain that and look over them and do it. So with Beach Patrol and some other areas that we didn't cover the first years, City Garage and Parking and Visions, we've had some in there, but we've had to expand in different areas. Even the boardwalk and things as we're taking over, we've had to add that. And quite honestly, it's expensive program, but it's much needed and well worth it, I believe, to the city. And that does fall under the police department, and so we put that under this program too. As far as the other thing that we're looking at is we added in this year, just we're hoping we don't have to, but like the evidence tracking system, SAFE, it's like $7,500 every year. I've been able to grant funding for that. But some of that with the stuff that's going on with federal government right now, I'm kind of leery to make sure if that's going to still be there, and that's the case with some of our other programs. For example, it looks like the Power DMS license for $8,500. Have it in there. I believe it's going to go through that. I got the state that's going to go ahead and take care of that. But again, that's some of their funding is through the federal. So will they go ahead and put a halt on that? So we had to put that back in here. So overall, if we started taking that back and they commit to what we thought they're doing or should be doing, we'll be right around what we were last year, except for the tasers added onto it and the 12,000 flock safety.
Okay. Last question I have relates to summer cadet program. The summer cadet program. Okay. Sorry. How many do you have budgeted? How's recruitment going?
Great question. With the hourly rate going up, we are seeing, and just things that's going on in different states, with recruiting law enforcement, we are starting to see some more applications come through. Not everyone's passing everything. However, right now, currently, we have 12 hired. We got budgeted 16. And also, I think we will meet our budget recruitment. Because of that, I'm giving a housing stipend as far as if they're outside of state moving in at $1,500, and that's been a big help in looking at it. I will say the caliber of cadets that we are seeing come in seem to be better than in the past and better prepared for the job. So I think we're reaching out to more colleges than we have before by putting the money in as far as advertising and going out. A big help to that, quite honestly, is the website that's being updated and that we've already been utilizing, as well as with Gene and HR. It's been a big help with streamlining the process, making it more efficient, and therefore people aren't sitting in a process in a queue for so long that another department may pick them up. Yep. And all, but we have gone down, budgeted 16, and we've, that's gone down over the years. We had 32 summer officers down to 28 to 2016, but we budgeted that because we thought we could fill those positions.
Great, thank you. I did have one other question. I think from prior years, there was some money placed in the budget for potential retirements. Did we do that again this year? And maybe we didn't do it previous years, but did we do that this year?
So this year, we know we have one retiring in May.
Okay.
So there is a partial salary for him and a partial salary for a replacement. The police budget for hiring people is very specific because the academies, we only have them twice a year. So the new salaries in that are based on when could we hire somebody for an academy. So it's not a full year budgeted for the replacement person, because we do have some full-time people in the process right now. We're anticipating, of what we have, hiring 2 for the April academy. Mm-hmm. That would fill our 2 empty spots. And then we don't believe we'll get 3 into this academy. So then the next, the backfill for that retirement wouldn't be until the next academy at the soonest. So that is structured in the police salary budget like that.
Okay, so we have budget, the money we have in the budget, money we have in the budget is for budgeted positions, not any additional money should somebody retire.
No.
Okay,
no
all right,
additional.
great. Thank you.
And I will sit there and say, with the union contract, which are actually ratifying tonight, or hopefully ratified tonight, goes through, that then after the board up here makes decision after we go through the contract at some point, looks okay, then we'll be able to put that on our website, the salaries and our benefit packages. So, because right now it's showing we're lagging everyone. Well, with that, we'll be right there with others. So then we may be able to get officers already certified want to come over if we can find the right ones.
Thank you.
Yes, Mayor, if I may.
Commissioner Gossett?
Thank you, Chief. Rehoboth has quite a number of events throughout the year. It seems like they are increasing. Could you help me through here about where under salaries, overtime, part-times, where is that really reflected, or is it, how do we compensate or, just manage those events?
Right.
with staff?
Each year, we apply for, been successful with getting violent crime monies. And thankfully, knock on wood, we don't have a ton of violent crime here in Rehoboth Beach. So I use the majority of that money each year for overtime. So I'll have that overtime helps pay for through the grants that instead of coming out of the city budget. Like the farmers market, have an officer down there, or have 2 officers paid for that's off duty, that's coming in just specifically for the bandstand to help block that off and make that a safe environment. On extra duty events, besides that's not city, not a city event, we do charge 3-hour minimum for a police officer to attend those things. $15 an hour goes to the city towards maintenance and wear and tear and gas and things for the vehicles. And we get that money back to us to a line item, and that's held out separate in your budget. There's a separate line item. I don't know if Gene can point which one that is with the extra duty pay.
So the extra duty pay comes out of other salaries in the police department. You'll see that's the only department that has an others salary. So that's where we pay the police officers out, and then there's a revenue line item that I don't know which revenue line item it is, where we actually receive money back for what we charge the event.
So we've increased that by almost 40,000 this year.
Yes, because our police salaries are significantly going up, which I tried my best guess at what events we'll have this year, and that's.
And is that reflected in the pass-along cost to the event organizers of the hourly rate that we charge?
Correct. It just went up again because of that, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions? Taylor, would you?
Yeah.
Thank you, Chief. We're barely halfway through. Obviously, we'd like to continue and get this done. I wanted to poll the commissioners. We will give the public the opportunity for comment before we adjourn. But we still got 1, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. We've actually got more than half to go. Would the commissioners like to take a 15-minute break and come back and finish? It's a guesstimate that it could take us an hour and a half to finish, especially while we got some of the city staff here. Or at the minimum, there's at least 2 other things that I'd like to do before we leave, and give the public the opportunity to comment. Does anybody?
How about a 5-minute break? I'm worried about tacking on another 15 minutes on a Friday evening. Sorry.
Today's Monday.
Well, sorry, you're right. That's how foggy I am by now. You're right, but I'm just
Well-
worried. I mean, if we add another 15 minutes as opposed to 5 minutes, we're out of here
Well, what
another
I,
10
what I
minutes
need,
later than otherwise.
what I need to know then is, are you willing to stay the extra hour and a half to finish all these topics?
I think we're getting to some of the departments.
They're a little easier, hopefully.
Exactly, yes. I think
Okay.
it would go.
Well, let's take a short break, or, let's let members of the public speak first. And,
We want to just be able to address something about Parks and Recreation, specifically the dock. I have a Parks.
you can, do-
Join us.
We can do the public now. Give your name and relationship to the city, and it can be any of these topics is fine.
Okay,
Just-
well, I'm specifically here to talk about the dock. I talked it this morning, but there's a couple of things that were mentioned that I just want to ensure that the commissioners will go out for 3 bids on the riprap if you go in that direction. And clearly, there was also the idea of getting bids for removing the dock and/or going ahead and using the riprap to stabilize it. So in any case, you need to have more than 1 bid for that, in my opinion, and I hope you do it. I would ask that you go back to the original builders about warranty on this. I don't know if anybody's talked to them, but I think that would make some sense to find out a little bit more about that.
Do you have a contract you can send us by any chance?
Well, the contract was with the city. Evan, do you?
Yeah, so we did just,
warranty.
there was a 1-year warranty. We did a inspection of the dock a couple years ago, and we actually had a number of items addressed under the warranty.
Okay.
Okay. It still might make sense to contact them in reference to the whole situation, I think. So I would hope you would do that. I think that you need to look at this as a possible revenue generator. I know that there's people, and there's been letters, I think, sent to you, and I've seen other letters, that the dock is really used. And I think tearing it out would be such a mistake. It's an asset. And I think Commissioner Markert talked about that. You need to evaluate that. And I think it could be a revenue generator. People can store kayaks down there, and you could charge for that. I think also you should potentially look for grants. I don't think there's been a reach out for the grants to the TAP program from DelDOT. Also private, potentially Dogfish. So there's some, funding there that I think could take care of some of the issues. And let's not discount the visitor use. I mean, we're talking about right now, it's February, but there are lots of visitors who use the dock. Finally, I just want to point out, and I think you've probably seen this spreadsheet that Evan put together. So the $280,000 that Commissioner Good keeps talking about, the situation here is when all was said and done, the total fundraising, including the $280,000, was $1,360,000. If you subtract the $280,000 from that, well, actually, let me do it this way. There were invoices. There were there's about 10 invoices, and they amounted
Go ahead
to
and finish.
1.241643, so $1.24 million, okay? If you subtract that, we did some fundraising. The LRCIA did fundraising. That's the cost to the city. So this 1.36 is not the cost to the city. It's 1.241. So the delta there is $118,000, and that was not the money that we were able to then fundraise for. But we did do, I think, a substantial amount of fundraising. And in fact, it was a gift to the city of $1.3 million of an asset that I think I'm hopeful that you will keep.
Thank you, Pat.
Thank you.
Thank you, Pat. Tom?
Tom Gaynor, property owner in Rehoboth. Probably at least 2 of you, maybe all 5 of you at this point, are whistle deaf to anything I say. I ran a law firm in San Francisco at about 175 people and about a $65 million budget. This process is embarrassing. First off, you let us all down because you didn't get it through. You didn't get through 18 topics, which are not brain surgery, in the allotted time frame. I don't understand why a line-by-line review takes this long in a town this tiny with a constituency this small. Some of the questions and the labyrinth and nature of the questions are getting bogged down as if people are like HR assistants asking these questions for the first time. Leadership consists of three things: command, control, and competence. The reason I and so many other people are frustrated is because there is an absolute not discernible element of any of those three things. You're building a massive war chest of cash that you extract from the populace. The management of this town is building an ever-growing baseline budget and employee base, and there's no demonstrable competence, command, and control. With the amount of money that was invested in personnel last year, this process should have been the debut of that competence, command, and control. It was anything but. And I just hope that at least the three of you who are brand new will work together and figure out how to do your job for the people of this town. You asked for it. We deserve better. The process deserves competence, command, and control. $43 million mandates that somebody in this room demonstrates that they care about the people from whom they're extracting it from. And so far, it's not discernible. I'm sorry, the one person who should be demonstrating leadership in this room, and I'm not going to call him out by name, has been sitting here like a potted plant for almost 2 hours. That is distressing. And I hope when you guys review, and I hope you do at some point have reviews in the locker room about how things are progressing, because I hope you would want to. I imagine you all want to do your best. This isn't the best. And we're not getting the best from what we were sold. We paid for the best. Guys, this is a collaboration with the stakeholders to pay for it. I can't ask for anything else, but please do a better job and demonstrate to us that it's happening.
Thank you, Tom. Anybody else, Carolyn? Anybody else? Okay, we're gonna take a quick break as quick as we can.
Is 5 minutes okay rather than the 15 you
As quick
initially?
as we can, yes.
Okay.
Depends on the line at the ladies' room.
Well, Monday nights, it's, so in City Hall.
Are we on? We're back in business. It is 5:15. Taylor, we just lost Evan.
All right, I can start. Yeah. So the next budget that we're talking about is streets and refuse. So some items of note that we wanted to mention include the minor equipment. This is where we pay for things like trash bags, bike racks, access maps, like the new cocoa mats that we put out. And then, you know, when we order trash bags, it's about $10,000 in an order. This is also where the funding for street repair, sidewalks, and curbs comes out of, where we do grind the sidewalks and replace panels, and then filling potholes and street repair. We also pay for contractual services here, like our Blue Hen contract for disposal services here. And then this is also where we have all of our engineering fees. So you'll see in here, I believe it is line 51,1400. This is where we pay for AECom, GHD related to stormwater management, and do have a $50,000 grant for each of those. One's the stormwater utility build out and the management plan, and then also engineering work on paving. So we do have Henry here standing by for questions. Open to any questions.
So, yeah, one of the new things I think Sharon Lynn started was grinding of the sidewalks at tripping hazards. All it takes is deviation of more than half an inch, as you know, to violate ADA. So we pride ourselves on being ADA compliant as much. So that's a good thing. But I don't know that it costs that much, but it is something that we're giving as a freebie to the property owner, right? Whether it's I don't know if are we going into residential neighborhoods or strictly in the commercial for?
Occasionally residential. I think occasionally we'll do residential, but primarily focuses
Dominantly commercial.
And a
so-
good example is there's some residential on Rehoboth Avenue, for instance, like the house next door
Yeah.
to City Hall. We were grinding out there, but it's, you know, that's a main pedestrian thoroughfare.
I think what it highlights for me, and I've probably said this before, is that we need to start looking at renovation of the entire avenue, Rehoboth Avenue, at some point, because it's starting to look crappy with all that grinding. So that's something I think we ought to be thinking. Of course, we also ought to be thinking about the next steps in Wilmington and Baltimore. That's all. Thank you.
Mayor?
Commissioner Good?
Good to see you. I wanted to ask about the consultancy with AECom, and I wanted to know whether they've figured out how to calculate the properties that were not in that original data set. And secondly, have they let you know that they anticipate that the city will need to have like a half-time employee to administrate this this new impact fee? It sounds as though now it won't be levied on property owners until I don't know, early 2026, maybe, I don't know, or maybe in fiscal year 2027.
Explain what the impact fee is to the layperson. that's
Okay,
listening.
well, the stormwater impact fee, which is something I feel for 3,400 properties, involves a lot of administrative costs to calculate each property's impervious cover, which results in stormwater runoff. There are a lot of inherent problems, in my view, because like a house, for instance, absorbs a lot of its own stormwater in the perimeter of the yard, whereas like a commercial entity, which has much smaller setbacks, doesn't absorb much of its stormwater runoff. It all goes into the city's stormwater system. Anyway, so I'm concerned that, you know, the consulting fees, when I checked with Mr. Tedder, we'd already spent about $300,000 with this consulting firm over about a 3-year period by the end of 2024. And do you know how much of this $260,000 you're expecting for 2026 will go to AECOM, the Newark, Delaware-based stormwater consultant?
We had $175,000 budgeted in 2025 for AECOM. They're not going to get anywhere near that right now. Probably only maybe $40,000 spent by the end of the year. They're working on, updating the parcel and the impervious cover data. I've had meetings. The city manager, assistant city manager, and I have had several meetings with them. That is what they're working on now. And Taylor, Evan, correct me if I'm wrong, the last meeting they said that initially when they are updating the pervious and impervious data, there will be a large spike where people will say that, okay, their pervious is higher than it actually is, and that will take some investigation and updating through the utility billing, but over a short period of time, that will go down.
Yeah, I think naturally as we roll out the program, certainly we're expecting a high number of sort of appeals of the initial fee, the initial assessment. But I think once we get over that initial hump of appeals right after implementation, then I think they see a dramatic decrease. So.
Well, I think that's true. The whole scary part of this for me is that, like Alexandria, Virginia, with over 100,000 parcels, they can sustain a bureaucracy to deal with this. Like we're like small, but we keep growing under this direction, under the current leadership. I always felt that the consultant was not straightforward as to how this would be implemented without a city hall employee devoting half his or her time to it, or a brand new employee. So it's worrisome to me. I guess it's good news in the sense that the property owners aren't going to be hit by this probably till 2026. So we won't have what I expect to be a lot of pushback. But the worst part to me is the communities which have adopted it, and some have considered it but rejected it, by the way. They tend to be larger cities, so you can spread the administrative costs over many more taxpayers. We don't have that luxury, so it's going to be collect between $1 and $1.5 million a year. We're likely going to spend something crazy like $150,000. Let's say we manage to collect $1.5 million. We're going to collect 10. We're going to burn through 10% just in administrative costs, if I had to guess, at least based on speaking to someone in the department in Alexandria, Virginia. Based on their costs, they actually had one full-time employee and one half-time administrating it for Alexandria, Virginia. But at least it's spread over tens of thousands of account holders. We're like 3,400 account holders. So when this comes around, I don't know whether there's any support. I know that Commissioner Shanowski feels as I do, that this is a misguided program that will just add to the bureaucracy in City Hall eventually. But I don't know if anyone else has concerns about this. Adding this impact fee is supposed to be added to what most of us have a quarterly bill, which is water, wastewater treatment, and refuse. Refuse is the $75 tacked on 4 times a year. The plan was to add it to that quarterly bill. For condo owners and others, it's a little different. It's often paid through their HOA fees or whatever, but it's coming.
Is this relevant to this year's budget?
Well, I was hoping.
Yes or no? That would be a yes or no.
I think it is. I think it's time to, especially because AECOM, by a miracle, only spent $40,000 of the $175,000 we budgeted last year. Then this seems like a good opportunity. I want to go line by line, and I want to tell AECOM we've reconsidered. I wonder if there's any support for that. Unfortunately, Commissioner Shanowski, who is with me on this, at least last I checked with him, is absent. But is there any reconsideration on this? So when you look at, you look at why other small towns have, who have occasionally hired ACOM for an initial presentation, have walked away.
Mayor, if I could, please? Me.
Commissioner Thayer.
As it relates to stormwater management, right? So, as you know, I'm new to the mayor and commissioners. I think it probably would make sense at some point in time in the not too distant future, during maybe a regular workshop meeting, to give some type of update to myself. And I don't think it's as much of an update as it probably is educational for me. And having said that, you know, Commissioner Good, you know, may have some good points over there, but I'm just not educated enough yet on this topic to, you know, have an opinion. But I think having said, you know, putting that aside, I think it would be good if I could get, you know, an update and education on stormwater management, whether you want to do that in a session or whether you wanted me to just come in and independently and do that, whatever you prefer.
Yeah, we can certainly arrange that either way.
I would like to make a motion to put, to tell ACOM that we're putting it on hold so that the new commissioners can, you know, become educated about this topic in case we're able to, you know, there are other ways to raise that revenue, which wouldn't cost $150,000 in administrative costs each year.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not prepared to do that at this point. So, I mean, if someone else wants to second that motion, of course they can. But yeah.
It's been adopted by very few communities across the entire nation, just so you know,
Well,
maybe for good reason.
There's no second, then the
All right, well,
motion
fine,
fails.
Give up on that.
Let's,
260,000, there we go.
Move on to the next thing, Henry.
Mayor, I just want to, I agree with Mrs. Good as well as Commissioner Thayer that we ought to talk about it at some time in the future.
Well,
Yeah,
Taylor
we'll
agreed
we'll
to
do
it.
that. Yeah.
I'll agree to it too.
Okay, so the next budget that is also under Henry's purview is fleet services. So
Can we just
right
come back?
now-
I'm sorry. Can we come back to streets for a second? Engineering, Beacon in particular. It feels like we spend a lot of money on Beacon. You know, I see invoices for on-call services, so I don't really know what that means. And this, for me, this comes back to, I feel like we have a, you know, this reliance on the use of consulting services. I'm not just picking on streets, I'm picking on the entire city. So how do we improve our policies and procedures so that, to me, what feels like the first thing we do is we pick up the phone and call the consulting company rather than seeing what else we can do or what else we should do before picking up and calling the consulting company?
Well, I've been here just over a year, and Bob Palmer, the principal at Beacon, he's been doing business with the city for 20 plus, maybe 30 years, and he isn't. When that happens, you have someone that has an unbelievable amount of tribal knowledge that others don't have. Frankly, his rates that he's charged on some things that I've dealt with are very reasonable. For streets, in 24, he's the one that, or 23 and 24, he's the one that developed the the bid package for the lighting. He is a PE civil engineer. He also has a abundance knowledge in water department that we use him from time to time. But say as far as the water department, you know, when it comes to the, and I know I'm digressing here, my apologies. When it comes to the PFAS treatment, I'll probably use him as a second set of eyes or third set of eyes, compared, you know, not the primary engineering firm. I've also used him for stormwater. He's the one that put together the package for Watershed 40 up in the northwest corner of town. I always think twice before calling a consultant if need be. And also sometimes I just, if I need a second opinion on something, sometimes I'll call him on sidewalks and things like that. Other times, sometimes I'll call someone at EDIS, depending on what it is.
Anything else?
I don't have anything else. I mean, I think this is something that, sorry. I think this falls under this whole consulting umbrella where we need to be literally looking at everything and determining how we can reduce consulting costs.
Mayor?
It's difficult, I have some details that I'm looking at, but I don't have a lot of details. There's not enough information around even the information, not enough description around the information I have to even make heads or tails of it. What I do know is it just seems like, there are certain consulting companies that just seem like they live here. And we've got to wean ourselves off of that. So I don't know how we're not going to solve this in the next, 2 minutes or 30 seconds, but I think we've got to come up with a way to, and maybe it's policies and procedures on how we're going to engage consultants going forward.
Mayor?
Commissioner Good.
I appreciate Commissioner Tier bringing this up. On the one hand, companies like EnvironTech and Beacon do a lot of work with the city. I personally have actually felt Beacon's fees are somewhat moderate. I don't share that opinion about EnvironTech, but my problem is in recent months, Beacon seems to have been asked to design a much larger and fancier children's fishing pier, and for which we're being charged $47,000. At the same time, the donor made it clear that his or her, this anonymous donor whose money should be quickly put in escrow, I have assurance that will finally be done, it made it clear that his or her budget was $250,000. So we ended up paying for a design that is well beyond the donor's budget. And now we're going to have Beacon design a rectangular fishing pier to be the same footprint as the existing fishing pier, which they've assured us won't be a lot of money, which actually I think Beacon might be pretty earnest in that. But it's like we threw away $47,000 on a design no one can afford unless the city wants to put another $200,000 to the donor's $250,000, which isn't the case. The same thing, well, something similar with the canal boat dock, the city paid for design costs, so that's being kept separate from the cost of the project. I know former Commissioner Caluzzi, like when she gives us numbers about an 80-20 split, she's forgetting about the design costs with which the city paid, the removal of the trees, the $36,000 in security cameras and gate remediation. So I'm just wondering if we could be more careful about hiring Beacon unless the board is certain we have the funds for the scope of the project we're having them look at.
I think I'm very careful in my hiring of them, Commissioner. And the canal dock, when we had this and this, it needed immediate attention and being looked at. And I think hiring the soils engineer also was something that was very necessary. Now, going forward with the canal dock, my intent is to contact probably one marine engineering firm to get an engineering estimate. That's not going to be free. I'm not going to ask a firm to spend quite a few hours to develop an estimate for a pretty significant amount of work. It's not just asking them for, for a swag on the number. And then we'll come back to you all with that. And then when the work goes forward or whatever is decided, if it decides to remove the dock or put the riprap in, then it'll go out to bid.
Oh, sorry, just to clarify, so this estimate for which you're saying we will pay, will be different from the $400,000 estimate you already obtained, I assume, from some contractor to shore up the dock, with riprap, which some people are worried that's insufficient. We might need concrete and pylons or something. But so you're saying that we just got this, spent $17,000 with Beacon. You want to go out to have another firm give you an estimate, but that will be an unknown amount of money to have them produce that estimate for us?
That 250 to 400 really isn't an estimate. It's, a best guess right now.
So you
If we're
want
going to do the work, I want to find out exactly, or not exactly, get an engineer's estimate, which will give a pretty good idea how much it will really cost.
And how much do you anticipate the engineering firm will need to produce this estimate for us?
5,000 to 10,000.
Because we keep pouring money into this. I mean, people are presenting it as some gem, but I asked some of them this past summer if, who felt strongly they wanted this dock to be available to them. I said, why don't you start a 501c like the LRCIA, which abandoned us, which they did. They walked away, in my opinion, from all but $8,000 of the $280,000 they owed us. But none of them are interested. They just want not only the dock in its present state, they want a kayak ramp to make it easier because the switchback, is a problem. So I'm really concerned that we're going to throw more and more money. I appreciate Commissioner Saunders mentioning that the dock has sort of become a liability, and this thinking that it's going to be a profitable amenity. There's no way. I mean, the Cape Water Taxis guy has even told me it's a break-even situation for him. He's sort of neutral. I mean, he's running it to keep people employed, and just because on Tuesdays and Fridays, but we don't have a way to recoup any of the expenses, like including this estimate now we're going to get, and we just spent $17,000 plus presentation costs. So I don't know whether
Mayor, if I
Commissioner
could,
Saunders.
if I could, please.
I still feel that way, but I think we ought to talk about it at another time.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Fair enough.
Yeah, I'm gonna echo Commissioner Saunders. I think we covered this topic in detail this morning.
Fair enough.
So I think we need to move forward. We've got a path forward. Let's move on from this. Thank you.
Thank you. Henry, go ahead. That's all for street and fleet services?
Yeah, so we do have one vacant mechanic position that's recent. So I'm sure that'll be on the list that we provide to Commissioner Thier. But yes, the Cintas contract for cleaning, safety clean, and oil tank dumping. And then there is conferences and training. So this division does provide in-house CDL training to our employees, which is a huge savings to the city. So Art, the department head of the fleet services, does that training and does a great job at it. But there's not significant change in the fleet services budget, but happy to answer any questions.
If I may, Mayor, just on
Gossett?
fleet services, just curious, how do the new police vehicle fleet fall into this? Is that their responsibility, or is that part of the lease?
Yeah, it's all their responsibility. So the fleet program with Enterprise does have the option of purchasing prepaid maintenance, where you would take it to the local Ford dealer, but we do it in-house. And with the vehicles being newer, I don't anticipate them being a huge burden at this time related to maintenance. That it would just be preventative maintenance, oil changes, tire rotations. Primarily, the most work they do is on the large scale equipment. So they literally do full transmission rebuilds or engine rebuilds and take everything down and redo it. So they do some pretty heavy duty work that saves us a lot of money from sending it out to outsource.
Thank you.
All right, comfort stations. So this budget relates to cleaning of all of our restrooms and janitorial supplies. So all the paper towels, the toilet paper, garbage bags, and then building maintenance.
Building maintenance would be all the restrooms and Grove Park as well. And also boardwalk maintenance, which is a fairly large part of it, such as the foot showers, foot showers and water fountains, which I'm, looking at buying some new ones next year.
Henry, I posed this last year. I'm going to do it every year, probably till I'm going, but I'm very interested in the cleaning services in terms of attendance, a male and female at each restroom at Delaware Avenue, Baltimore Avenue, Rehoboth Avenue. I don't know how you deal with Grove over there, whether we do that in-house or whatever, but I'm just trying to confirm, we do have a man and a woman times two, that's 3 men and 3 women at the Delaware Avenue, Baltimore, and Rehoboth Avenue. Is that true?
I don't think Rehoboth, I believe Rehoboth roves between Grove Park, and they're a lot of times at the changing rooms. Those attendants were there for the changing rooms.
I didn't survey them this year. I've surveyed them in past years. And the Boardwalk and Beach Committee was very adamant about the benefits of individual cleaners stationed at the place, that it promotes cleanliness and being sanitary, and it also prevents vandalism. So I'm just a very big proponent of that. I know it's very expensive, but that's why we have fees for the tourists to pay. So I guess we'll monitor it, but I would think those 3 boardwalk ones would have permanent attendance there. So sounds like we're short of that.
Mayor, just for classification or clear, it's getting late. You mentioned tourist fees. I'm just curious what
parking fees and things like,
Okay.
And residents, of course, use the bathrooms too, and, they're paying taxes. I mean, are you, at one point, were there attendants? I'm aware of the attendants on Rehoboth Avenue, and they've been great, actually. I agree. But it seemed like attendance at what was the Baltimore Avenue restrooms and Wilming and Delaware Avenue were more intermittent, like many fewer hours. Is that but if we're ramping up to having them as many hours as the one on the Avenue, that sounds like a considerable increase in expenses.
Well, in our very first years of putting attendance in, we didn't ascribe to the program I described, where you had a man and a woman attendant at every entrance there. What we did have is they roamed between Delaware. The man would start at Delaware, and then he'd go up to Baltimore, then he'd come back to Delaware, and I guess maybe he squeezed in Rehoboth Avenue there. But we found that the quality level of cleanliness was not there. Plus, you need somebody there full time as a deterrent, and so anyhow, that's my statement. I've also stated before that, but for every project that we do, I believe there needs to be a maintenance component. And so I don't know if we are doing something for the Beach Patrol building, or whether they have to self-clean themselves, or whether we should be providing somebody that goes in there and cleans their locker rooms, their showers, their sinks, their lavies, et cetera. But again, a maintenance program should be a part of every project that we do. Thank you.
Thanks, and that contractual services is not part of that, Mayor. It would just be the restrooms and changing room on Baltimore. And city manager pointed out that the cleaning services lowered by $13,500, I think, and that was because I had asked the Blakes that do this work to bid both having the temporary restrooms in and having them removed. So that's why this lower amount instead of $264,000, I believe.
Again, my desire would be to have attendance at each one, and also the maintenance contract for the Beach Patrol building, which includes the restroom, of course, but.
Mayor?
Yes, ma'am.
I mean, that in an ideal world, maybe, but I think to have them, especially at Delaware Avenue, which is less used, so, that's going to be expensive. And then, of course, we haven't addressed the fact that you've put the capital outlays for the Beach Patrol station, and you have almost what I feared. I mean, it's almost it's going to be up to almost $6 million by the time all the change orders are paid. Is that what that reflects, the 3.55 million and the 2.48 million there?
Excuse me, this isn't on here. That's why, because we already spoke CIP, I didn't put it on here. But as of the last payment, there's the contract, the increased contract was 5.639 million. And we have $3 million to finish. Now, last week, there were some days where there was 35, 40 contractors working, both inside and outside. And if you've been there any times recently, you could see there's a lot of activity, and knock on wood, it's taking shape nicely. So I expect, and I would have this for, I told EDIS that I would like to see 2 more payments before the end of the fiscal year. So the balance to finish is $3 million. That probably will be down to $2 million, I'm hoping, by the end of this fiscal year.
Commissioner Good, I think you're looking at the projection and the preliminary, but if you look at the actual plus the preliminary, so the 2.4 plus 2.4, the contract price is still at that 5.5 million. So no, I don't think we're planning to spend 6.
So it's really only gone from 4.9 million to 5.5.
Right.
So you're confident we'll only be about $600,000 over budget.
That's what we're planning.
Let's pray. Okay.
All right, the next budget is building and grounds, also with Henry's folks. So this is primarily, taking care of all the city facilities, and specifically our team that does janitorial service for all of the conventions and meetings and different hosted events in the convention center. So that is not part of the City Hall cleaning contract. They clean the convention center restrooms and the convention center before and after each event, and
parking.
And parking, the parking building. So this is just all of those equipment and supplies related to that. And then, of course, any HVAC work, electrical work, and preventative maintenance and pest control.
Okay.
Do we have I'm sorry, may I, just elsewhere in there, but the rates that we charge for convention center rental and the expenses that we have in the CIP for HVAC, et cetera, can you just give a rough idea? I know this is a, quote, lost leader, but in looking at those convention center rates, is that under anybody's purview to take a close look at that?
Yeah, we can, I don't have the revenue account in front of me, but we were actually just looking at that account the other day. So we can bring that information back at the next meeting if you'd like.
I mean, again, it's not a convention center, it's, kind of a social hall, which is a good thing, and that's the market we're after. But I'm curious if we have evaluated those fees recently for the investment that we have in the building and continue to, just if we're in the right ballparks.
Sure. One of the problems is I went over the schedule with Patrick, who collects the information, and I think we need to evaluate it because there's certain organizations that are getting reduced rates. We want to reevaluate that. Basically, that convention center over the years, I mean, I think there was a year where they got $130,000 gross revenue, and it's under 100 now. So I was curious as to why. So we've got some more work to do, but I think a good target is 100,000 a year out of that, at least.
And you'll recall just on the reduced rates that the way that the fee structure is set up is that nonprofit groups receive a discounted rate. So we have a lot of nonprofits that like to rent the convention center.
Just, yeah, I think that, again, just for a budget cycle to take a hard look at that, so that we could at least experiment with breaking even, I think would be a goal. Thank you.
Yeah, and actually, now that I think about it, I don't believe we include the cost of renting the convention center. It's not codified. So that is actually something that we have added, or the staff, as part of the recommendation to revise the schedule of fees and penalties, we recommend adding that, so that can be a fee that we evaluate every single year. So,
Mayor, if I could. Yeah, just real quick, we were talking earlier about, separate departments for planning commission. I'm not sure if we discussed convention center, but maybe we look at that as well. Then we've got one departmental P&L that shows us all of the expenses, and we can track that back to revenue, which will give Commissioner Gossett as well as all of us, good visibility into, like he said, it's a loss leader, and if that's the mayor and commissioner's decision, that's fine, but at least we'll be able to track what that loss is.
yeah.
Sure.
And
That
I
makes
think
sense.
it can be tracked fairly easily, too. I don't think it's going to be a problem.
And the revenue account is 408-190. It's titled Convention Hall Rental.
And do we also include beach rentals and weddings and bandstand and Grove Park rental and all of that? Is that a separate line, or does that fall into?
Different account.
Okay, all right.
Okay, finally, 911 dispatch. What a trooper. So in this budget, we've got the 2025 to 2028 reaccreditation. So that is related to emergency medical, police, and fire dispatch. And then, of course, updated and improved continuing education. So I will let Nick kind of talk about those a little bit. But they are updating the existing console monitors and replacing the filing cabinet in there for secure individual lockers. But as you know, Mr. Nick Pretty was recently promoted to the manager of the entire dispatch center and has been doing a great job. So if there's anything else you want to highlight.
Thank you. No, the training part of it, everything changes every year. Emergencies update, the way we take calls, the way they respond to emergencies updates. So the Dispatch Pro is a new training platform that we're looking at and want to use. It takes real world emergencies that have happened throughout the nation and takes the lessons learned from that and brings it into our center so that we can be prepared for stuff that happens that way. And then the critical part of that is that we already use that platform. It's a legacy version, and this updates it to a cloud-based platform, lets us test applicants remotely and update testing and programs for our training programs.
Mayor, if I could, just looking at the salary line item, we've got a bump there. Do we have filling vacant positions?
Yes, so last year this time, we were half a dispatch center.
Okay.
And I only budgeted to fill some of those positions, we actually have a fully staffed 911 dispatch center.
Great.
So that is the big bump there in the 2 years.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Yep.
And I will add, their service area is much larger than just the city. So, and they're also dispatching more than just our police.
A question that I had brought up previously from spending some time in there, she do an incredible job, don't get me wrong. But to distract you with paying water bills at midnight, if somebody comes down and, start of the season and they have forgotten to pay their water bill, they have to go to the 911 center to pay water bills. And I don't know if that has changed at this point in time, but at that point, we also only took cash. And some of those water bills were quite extensive, $2,000, $3,000, and somebody walking around with that much money late at night. So I've asked if that could be addressed. I don't know if it has or not, but I'm still going to keep questioning that, because I just think it's not a good situation to be in. And if we have a point of sale terminal there, that it could work. And it also takes away from your activities.
Since you brought that up, it has been updated since then. So we no longer take payments at the window. We don't deal with it as much. They call in, we direct them to the city's site, they pay their bill, and then we'll give the water department a call in the morning and let them know that, hey, that there's something to be turned on. Now, we do still do the turn-offs. So if somebody can say, hey, there's a broken pipe or something like that, we'll send them out then. But other than that, we don't take payments or anything like that anymore.
We did have a meeting after we last spoke about that, and so that has been the practice now, is if a customer comes in, again, direct them to the portal online. Water department has been set up to be able to view utility accounts and make sure that it's been paid. So if there's usually someone here every single day. There has to be somebody here every single day. So if bills paid Friday evening, Saturday morning, they can come in, check to see if any bills have been paid. If so, then they can restore water service. So
Another aspect of improved IT services.
yes. Yep.
So, thank you.
Mr. Mayor?
Commissioner Good?
So, I'm disappointed that, Mr. Tedder and the staff have placed in this 100% medical insurance coverage, because the minute, like here, in the case of the 911 dispatch, since you've added an employee, you see the run-up in the medical expenses, even more than you otherwise would have if we'd stayed at 90%. So I know that some people want to defer this till, I guess, February 21st, whatever it is, March 11th. I don't know. I'm not sure. We're going,
Mayor, could I please?
well, we're not, I think we're getting.
Is anyone interested
We're straying from the budget
Okay, if
instead
not,
of going
then
line
can
by
we just
line and
move on
making
from this item?
decisions.
Can we move on from this item, please?
We've already addressed that,
It's
Commissioner.
3
We're
minutes to 6.
putting
I
it
want to
off
be
till
out by
March Or
6:15.
February 21st. Can I have a commitment?
We're pushed,
I'm sure it'll come up at the next meeting, but
we are pushing.
I have no interest in discussing it further today.
Yeah, we can consider it at any time. Happy to do that. It is a $14,000 difference from the 25 budget to the 26.
Oh, that's just, but it's 226,000 overall. It's way more than 14,000. We have a chart that the change is an additional 226,000 going from 90.
Oh, total. I was talking in the dispatch budget.
Yeah, if you're looking
It's
at one
actually going down in
department,
the
yeah, it's
dispatch.
not going to be 226,000, but.
Yeah.
Is there anything further on 911 center?
Thank you.
If not, thank you very
Thank you.
much.
Thank you.
Appreciate you
Thank you,
coming
Chief.
and sitting around.
You. All right, parking meter and parking permits. You want to take this one?
So every year we do budget monies for spare parts for parking meters. We have a total of 200 parking meters in inventory that we have to maintain throughout the summer season. We have reduced the budget for spare parts just because we've built up a pretty sizable inventory. But it's important that we make sure that we stock that inventory because the meters are getting old. Some of them are 5 years or older now, so we need to make sure that we have a lot of the critical components, such as keyboards, screens. We even have a couple solar panels in stock, again, just to make sure that our technicians can repair those meters. And we will actually likely plan to continue to reduce that budget as we consider phasing out some of the parking meters and maybe consolidating them in certain areas and possibly looking to transition towards a pay-by-phone system. Maintenance contracts is one of the big accounts in the parking meter and parking permit budget. I do want to mention that the two departments, just so you know, are split. So the parking meter budget is separate from the parking permit budget. Parking meter budget is on page 25, and parking permit budget is on page 30. Within maintenance contracts, that is our Digital Iris platform. That's an online portal where we can access real-time data and information on the parking meters. We also schedule all of our configurations through Digital Iris. We have a software maintenance program through T2 that just puts the responsibility of updating all of the software on T2. We have a Flex subscription. Flex is what stores and records all the customer information, the citation information, payment history, and then also transfers citations to the citation collection service once they've aged out. And then finally, we do have maintenance contracts for our postage machine and money counters. We also have increased the pay-by-phone processing and credit card fees by $400,000 and $350,000 respectively. So again, we, at least as it relates to Park Mobile, we collect the fee and then we remit the fee back to Park Mobile, the processing fee. We are looking at replacing.
I don't understand that.
So
The fee actually gone up?
Can you sit closer to the microphone?
The fee has not gone up. What we are doing is, again, there's a trend away from coin revenue to more pay by phone and more credit card payments. So as we see more pay by phone transactions, more credit card transactions, there's more fees simply because there are more transactions.
Increased pay by phone processing and credit card fees due to the additional use of credit cards.
Correct.
And Pay Mobile.
Yeah, I like that addition.
Gotcha.
There, yeah. Thank you.
Thank you.
Replacement of a lease vehicle. This is an LPR vehicle. We're planning to replace the very first LPR vehicle that we fitted out for the city. The vehicle sees a lot of road time, a lot of hours, especially during the summer season. With that, with the enforcement team, we have a lot of getting in and out of the vehicle, obviously now much less than previously. So it is time to replace that vehicle, especially while we have some equity in it. So we are looking to replace, it's a Ford Escape SUV, and we are actually looking at going towards the Ford Maverick, which is a truck. Trucks are used by a lot of other parking authorities, mainly because a little bit higher off the ground, better visibility, also the trunk space if there's cones or if they need to do collection services. It's a greater flexibility with that vehicle. And then the other thing that we look at is finding a vehicle that can accommodate the amount of equipment that we need to put on it and in it. So that was the recommendation there. And then finally, just the cost of actually purchasing the parking permits. That's in the permit budget. That's $35,000. That is everything from your transferable, your non-transferable, your daily, weekend, weekly, and staff permits.
Mayor?
Commissioner Saunders?
Evan, we had discussed, or I think we briefly discussed earlier, the parking permits going digital this
Yes.
year. Is it not going to happen?
Not this year. So we actually had engaged with a vendor called SP Plus, and one of their specialties is they actually do what's called a guided operations program. So they help universities, municipalities implement parking technology, implement new projects. They also manage, parking programs such as parking garages and things like that. So we had explored that possibility with them. They gave me a draft contract back, which essentially said that they wanted 50% of the revenue. So I no longer have had conversations with them. We are actually going back to T2 directly, and we have a meeting scheduled with our account representative this month to re-engage those discussions. So we were a little bit delayed because we had a slight hiccup there, but we are full steam ahead with trying to fully scope that project. Mhm.
Any other questions on parking?
Mayor, do you have an estimated price on that license plate reading vehicles?
Yes, I actually am still waiting for the quote from Enterprise, so as soon as I have it, I'll make sure that you all have it. But again, it is a replacement, so we're just removing one vehicle from our inventory. We will sell it, we'll use that equity to put into this vehicle, thus lowering our monthly payment for it.
All right, moving to Parks, Tennis, and Recreation. So, as you know, we've talked about the canal dock quite a bit. This is also where we have the July 4th fireworks of almost $47,000. This is also where the recently approved landscaping services is incorporated, and also the trees pruning and landscaping. So all of the contracts that you recently approved, as well as Save a Tree, Envirotech, things of that nature, and then of course the Parks Director and the Arborist come out of this, and the
I
salaries.
hope there's no discussion about the Grove Park Canal Access Dock improvements. I think we've been through
Promise.
that.
But Mr. Mayor, I have something else totally unrelated to Grove Park, which has plenty of trees. This is,
No, I just.
so I want to ask Mr. Tedder.
I'm saying, Suzanne, that I don't want to hear any discussion about Grove Park Canal Access Dock.
I'm not going to say a word. I have a totally different topic, which
And that's
is
fine.
trees.
That's
which
fine.
Because we have residents who feel, and I'm among them, that you're collecting a lot of these mitigation fees, and we're not, like places like Bayard Avenue between Munson and Laurel. I know that's maybe on the list. Country Club Drive, nearly bereft of trees, and it's extremely sunny there. But so you don't want to plant these trees in the summer. It has to be spring or fall probably. And also State Road by the newly rehabbed pump station. Is there, like, it seems like there's a lot of money sitting here, at least the last couple of years, and no one sees trees being planted. So with Mr. Lilly having joined the city, I'm hopeful, could we make a push to plant a lot of trees, say by May 15th or June 1st this year?
We can look into the time frame. I have had conversations with Mary Ellen about this. Essentially what happened is when our previous arborist went to being a consultant, this kind of got lost in the mix. So we are looking forward to taking those funds, planting more trees, and Mike, I think with his previous experience, will do really well at it. Do you have anything to add?
No, I think that's some conversations that we've had too. I think certainly we'll ask Mike to put together a recommendation for the board to consider.
I appreciate it. I think people have been, patient because some of them they feel it's almost a form of extortion. They paid a lot of money because they weren't able to replace a tree due to the way their house is configured. And they were told that, they were happy that maybe a tree would be planted in public space with the $750 they paid in fines, basically. But no one sees these trees. And of course, there have been some trees which have died, I believe, on Bayard, so it's particularly barren of trees. So I hope, and I'm really glad Mr. Lilly has actual hands-on experience, in the field, so that's great. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Saunders?
On the 4th of July, in years past, and it's been many years since I was really involved with it, but the businesses had contributed, the businesses in Rehoboth had contributed towards the 4th of July fireworks. Is that no longer?
Correct.
They used to contribute through Main Street.
Main Street, right.
Well, then we contribute to Main Street.
And I know they, at one time, Main Street recruited me, and I went, knocked on doors of the businesses. They were not happy at being asked to give money because they're all hurting, or
Be a lot
Well, that's
happier
what
if
they
we didn't have 4th of July, though. I mean, that's a big thing for them.
I think it's a city service.
I just thought I'd ask. I remember
It's a
years
city service at
past,
this
we
point.
got funds for that.
And this is, I will mention, this is our third and final year of the firework contract, so we'll work to renegotiate that this year too, and then certainly bring a recommendation before you all at that time.
Yep.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
I have to say, I have dealt with many different fireworks shows and seen them in different price ranges, and I was really impressed with our show. So I think we are getting a good value.
We just want someone else to pay for it.
Yeah.
All right, beach
All right.
patrol.
Beach Patrol. We've only got one more after this, and then final comments. So we did increase hourly pay for all lifeguard positions in this budget. And then maybe Jean, if you want to talk about the incentive bonus potentially.
So we did a sign-on bonus last year for Beach Patrol. We're going to continue to do that this year. It worked nice. And then, like he said, we did increase the salary rate. We looked at our competitors for our Beach Patrol and came up to matching at least with the state parks is really who was killing us with Beach Patrol. So we came up to them. And then also, I'll just hit on the next thing, the added 8 part-time lifeguard positions too. So last year, we struggled to get all of them to be full-time, and we ended up with some extra overtime we don't normally have. So this year, we're planning ahead for that, knowing we're gonna have a lot of returning guards. We're just planning for some of them to be part-time and not, we had always budgeted for all full-time before. So we added positions so that we could have the part-time positions and still fill all the spots and not have as much overtime.
Question on the part-time salaries. Could you break down for me, right? So we're looking at a substantial increase, right?
Yes.
You know, we're budgeting $980,000. We've spent about $655 year to date, and that's probably all we're going to spend, right, in this fiscal year about. Okay, so we're talking about a $300,000 increase against 2025 actuals, and we spent $214 in 2024. So let's just stick with 2025 actuals, right? So of that, roughly $300,000. Break it down for me, right? How much of that is for pay increases? How much of it is for, you know, adding additional guards? And if you don't have the answer, it's late. If you don't have the answer, if you don't have that information handy, you can just bring it next time. But I would like to get that breakdown because this is, I mean, this is a huge increase, right?
So last year, so we're starting our salary for a first-year guard this year at 21, oh, that's police, at $21 an hour. That is about a $3 an hour increase from last year. So that then just builds on the longer they've been here or the higher rank they are. So that is a lot of the increase is we brought it each one up $3 an hour.
That was across the board, basically?
Yeah.
So it's about a it's about a 14, so kind of across the board, roughly 14% increase plus or minus.
Yeah.
So 650, I'm just doing math in my head. So that accounts for about 100,000 of it. And again, I'm just taking what we spent last year, 655,000. If I take 14% of that, that's about 100 grand plus or
So
minus.
last year we also didn't hit our target number because we were trying to get all full-time employees. So
Yeah.
this is with 80 employees. So this is with 75 full-time and total of 5 part-time, which added just, the total part-time is gonna be 8 people.
Okay, so how does that compare to, and let's talk from because we're adding positions, so let's just kind of stick first with a budgeted perspective. So how many budgeted full-time positions do we have last year?
75.
Okay,
And we did not get those filled.
okay. And how many part-time did we have budgeted last year?
We budgeted 2 part-time last year.
And this year we're budgeting how many full-time?
So this year we're budgeting 72. Nope, we're adding 5. We're
80.
no, so 80 is the total.
Right.
So 72 will be full-time and 8 will be part-time.
So more or less, if we broke it down to hours, it's probably about the same. Yeah, it's immaterial. Okay. So where does the other, so How many of those I guess we're coming back to how many of those 75, last year, how many of those 75 and 2 we filled? So how many of the full-time positions did we fill?
I don't have that number off the
Okay.
top of my
So
head.
we
I would
had
have to
about
pull that number.
68 last year total.
Okay. Okay. All right, got it.
And the chief is over beach patrol, so he might be able to give a little more.
Yeah, as far as the part-time, a lot of the part-times actually come in during our fall shoulder season because a lot of kids go back to school. It's sort of like the summer officers is that some of the schools let out earlier than others, so they're not coming in till later. Some can early, but they have to leave a lot earlier. So we start losing them first week of August, so the majority of them. So we start backfilling them in, and then that's why we start closing the beaches in. And one thing that is in this budget of this extra numbers is another ambassador. We had 2 last year. We're trying to get a 3rd ambassador out there to walk up down the beach and just inform people of the rules and regulations. And all. Now we did budget for that, but that's one of the spots positions we really couldn't fill the whole time. So that's part of it. And Gene, I think the other part of what increase gets into just to help stipend with the housing.
That's in a different line item.
It's a different line item. Okay.
Mayor?
Commissioner Good.
Yeah, Chief Banks, I mean, just because it sort of mitigates things, I guess that most of these lifeguards are age 26 and under, and they're often on their parents' insurance. I think we can be, I'm less scared by the extra $3 an hour and the housing. So I've always felt we need some assistance with housing for these summer lifeguards because they're competing in the, most expensive season here. It's not like they're renting places in January when it would be like a third as much. So I think, I don't know, I feel that we don't have a choice and that we're lucky that we're not suffering these huge run-ups in medical insurance costs for the lifeguards. I mean, the Medicare, Social Security thing, that's minor. I mean, that's for everyone, even those who are enjoying, health insurance coverage. So I think it's great. I'm hopeful of a May 10th opening for that building. That's
And to show why we had to do the increase, not to labor it, however, Captain Giles had received several letters of intent as far as if they're coming back, but he received just as many that they weren't coming back this year because they're going to the other towns that were going to pay more. So they was sort of forcing our hand as far as we're losing people that have been here 2-3 years our season, Ocean Rescue, which is a big difference than just in a back pool yard. And so we just did, that kind of forced our hand because of other local departments going up.
So another thing, there is about $800 increase in upgraded apparel for bad weather conditions. And then the final change in this budget that is differing from years past is inclusion of a vehicle lease of a Ford Ranger truck and a graphics wrap for that. So the reasoning behind this, the Beach Patrol has several pieces of equipment with trailers like the jet ski, and there's also a boat, I think.
Correct.
Yeah, and so they've been towing those with personal vehicles, and that's a huge liability for the city. So we need to find a solution. We've identified this as a solution. It's a smaller truck that they could also use for on-beach, four-wheel drive rescue. But yes, so that's a difference from years past.
And what we've done on nor'easters, when there's big storms that come in, we clear the beach because of lightning or because of storms, the lifeguards go sit in their vehicles. This way we'll actually be able to have a vehicle on the beach as long as the tide's not so far up to be able to keep people off the beach and patrol it. And that's what the other neighboring towns are doing too. So we're not doing anything that's not up to standards.
But they're not parking on the boardwalk with the trailer or the
Not
truck?
at all. Not at all, no.
All right, good. Commissioner Gossett?
Just curious, the new building, though, has garages, if you will. That's not for these pieces?
So I think those will be in one of the bays, and one of the other bays is for the ATVs.
Yeah, it's going to be for, there's 2 bays, and it's going to be for UTV and some, like after season or something is, we'll keep some beach chairs down there too. to beach wheelchairs after the season, so they can be readily available to our public since they're very popular. Those bays aren't big enough to keep like a boat or a jet ski in with the trailer and all going in there. So we plan on keeping the jet ski fastened where we did last year, where they had a temporary lifeguard shack.
Okay, and then our final piece is the bandstand. So bandstand programs, of course, 40-plus shows. Average performance cost is about $31.25 a show. I did receive an email a couple days ago from our bandstand director, Corey, and he did say some of the performers are now, the costs are increasing. So that is one factor related to this. And then we have two sound technicians that are contracted. And then, so in that contractual services, $17,600, it also includes the elevator maintenance. If you've noticed, there's the raising platform that goes up and down from the stage, and then emergency call-outs when that is having issues. They are working to do painting in the dressing room and some repairs down there, rust removal and maintenance on all of the metal on the railings, and painting and repairs for the bandstand roof section. And then they're also replacing essential sound equipment and microphones, et cetera. But of course, with all of the ocean elements, things don't last as long out there.
Any questions?
Mayor, yeah, Mr. Cheddar,
Sure, good.
you mentioned that that Corey is seeing the programs increase in cost, but in fact, did you not factor that in when you're saying it'll be $125,000 in fiscal year 2026? Is it going to be more than that?
So we might need to up that another 5,000. I just wanted to make you aware. I'm going to talk to him.
How about we cap it at another, like at 130? Because I don't think we should go more than 10% more than last year, and I prefer we stay at like 5% over fiscal year 2024.
Yeah, I think that would be fine. Thank you.
Yeah, glad to hear it's not some major increase.
Any further questions on any topic? All right, we've got some homework for next meeting, and we want to thank you all for enduring the lengthy meeting and for staying late.
Public comment.
Citizen comment. Do you have anything further to comment on, Walter? Identify yourself, of course.
That's kind of insulting. Walter Brittingham, 123 Henlopen Avenue. I think you're all making a big mistake to keep talking about the dock. You're talking about the dock, you're talking about the west side of the museum, and you're talking about the roadway, and you're talking about the retaining wall. It's not the dock that causes the problem. There was an observation wharf there beforehand. In the end, you tore that out. Somebody did, in order to get the rest of the dock in. Nobody cared to know about the abutment from the railroad bridge, so people spent a lot more money trying to get the outfall pipe through. But your situation down at the museum is, no matter what happens, you need to protect the outfall pipes, plural, that come by there, and you should be talking about the work, pick what you call it, but it's the failure of the retaining wall. It's got nothing to do with the dock itself. And the dock stands on its own out there and is attached back to the land. So it's not the dock, and you're going to have a retaining wall, just like you, a stabilized side of the canal, just like you have down at 6th Street. Thank you.
Thank you, Walter. With that, there's no other business. I'll adjourn this meeting at 6:24 PM. Thank you very much.